Thank you, everyone, for joining us for the Medical Board of California's quarterly board meeting. Pursuant to the provision of Governor Gavin Newsom's Executive Order N29-20, dated March 17, 2020, this meeting is being conducted via WebEx. Public comments will be heard for each agenda item for individuals wishing to do so. In order to be ready for public comment, we ask that you please ensure that your comments can be heard clearly by connecting to the audio of this meeting through the proper method. If you are having difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting, it could be because the device you are connecting with has bandwidth limitations. If you do have difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting from your device, please click the ellipsis button at the bottom of the WebEx application or the Communicate menu item at the top of the WebEx application, and then select Audio Connection. You will see an option to call in and will be provided with a telephone number, access code, and attendee ID that can be used to connect to the meeting audio via phone. Using the information provided, it will automatically disconnect your device's audio and connect your phone to the name you joined the meeting with. By using this method, if you are having audio problems with your device, this will allow you to still participate and hear the audio of the board meeting through your phone. Please see the instructions on how to connect link on the last page of the meeting agenda for step-by-step WebEx instructions, including screenshots. Thank you, President Lawson. You can now start the meeting.
Thank you, Sean, for coordinating all of our technology for this meeting. And good afternoon, everyone. It is nice to see you all. And welcome to those members of the public that are joining us this afternoon as well. I'd like to ask all of you just to turn any devices you might have separate to silent so we don't have any interruptions during this meeting. And during this meeting, because it's being conducted via WebEx, I'll ask all board members and all speakers alike to please announce themselves by name when they're speaking, just for clarity of the official record. All board members are able to unmute themselves to speak during the meeting. And so if you do have comments, please do unmute yourself and speak. Please do, however, place yourself back on mute when you're not speaking to reduce the background noise and feedback for all participants. Following this online meeting etiquette is going to ensure the best experience both for all of us and for all of the members of the public who are joining us. During each call for comments from board members and speakers, we are going to ensure that all comments that can be accommodated are heard before proceeding with the agenda. Government Code Section 11126.5 does allow a board to remove people who willfully interrupt a meeting and to clear the room or virtual space if order cannot be restored by removing or muting the disruptive people. We will have a designated time on the agenda for public comment, and we'll ask for public comment on each individual agenda item. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California, and as such, disruptions of the board's business will not be tolerated. The board does welcome public comments on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on each agenda item. During each agenda item, the host moderating this WebEx event will activate the Q&A feature of WebEx and will ask anyone wishing to make a public comment to indicate so by replying yes. The host will then call on individuals who indicated they wish to make public comments by name. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual and they will have 3 minutes to make their public comment. The host will audibly announce when 15 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. And after the 3 minutes have lapsed, the individual commenter will be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. And please do see page 4 of the agenda for WebEx instructions on how to connect from the link on the agenda and additional instructions that might be valuable to you. During agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda, today the board has limited the total public comment period for individuals to 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on any other agenda item, 20 minutes will be allowed for each comment period. And then again, after 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. The board's IT staff will assist me with receiving the public comments via WebEx during this meeting. I'd like to remind all speakers to please stay on topic and keep your comments to the allotted time or less. Today's meeting will be run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law, and we do plan to end today's meeting by 5:30 p.m. I would like to call the meeting to order now and ask that board members unmute their computers. Ms. Caldwell, please call the roll.
Ms. Campoverde?
Here.
Dr. Gonadev? Dr. Gupta, Dr. Hawkins,
Here.
Dr. Kraus,
Present.
Ms. Lawson,
Here.
Ms. Lubiano,
Here.
Dr. Lewis,
Present.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Here.
Dr. Tirado,
Here.
Mr. Watkins,
Present.
Dr. Yip.
Present.
Can I circle back around to Dr. Gonadev?
Yes, present.
Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like a quorum is present, and if we could just make sure everyone mutes their computers again. And I would like to remind the board members that for all action items today, we will be taking a roll call vote, just as we did now. Now moving to agenda item 2, which is public comment on items not on our agenda. Before I call for the public comments, I would just ask individuals making comments to please not discuss pending complaints, pending license applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications, and they could provide information to members that is outside of the public record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. And therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in court. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but like I said, it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. In addition, the board would like the public to address the board as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action the board members can take is to listen to comments and to decide whether they want a future agenda item on the topic. Unfortunately, no other action can be taken on the item at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like the board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed and to avoid compromising the speaker's goals and the board's mission. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please wait until we get to that agenda item. Comments at this time are only for items not on the agenda, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I will now ask the host to call for public comments. Sean?
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. I've opened the Q&A window. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please, as Ms. Lawson mentioned, type yes or your name or you'd like to make a public comment, and we'll call on you in the order that they are received. The first request I have is from Susan Lauren. Susan, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm Susan Lauren, a surgical assault survivor. In my case, the medical board failed in its statutory required mission to prioritize public safety. This is legally, ethically, and morally unacceptable. In 2011, Saul Berger, a board-certified plastic surgeon I went to for breast reduction, assaulted and disabled me. He hurt me so badly I couldn't even drive for help. My car was towed away 6 months later. I complained to the board about this assault. There was not a real investigation. Surgical assault ought to be a criminal, not civil act, not covered up by you. The board's focus on cosmetic versus plastic surgeons is irresponsible. Liposuction is not safe based on licensure. It has a proven poor track record and scientific studies proving it's a scam. The biology of fat, invasive nature of procedures, carte blanche, and cover-ups are hazardous to public health. Dr. Kutowski said, some states like California have passed liposuction legislation based on a guideline, but there's no data behind it, no science. The LA coroner's list of people killed by liposuction is 100% women. Average age is less than 48. The preventable morbidity and mortality plastic surgeons cause for healthy women is state-sanctioned genocide. Doctors engage in denial, use short-term anecdotes as propaganda, ignore science, and try to discredit and gag survivors of their harm. People will argue that they want changes to their body and it's their right to get them. Hundreds of women I know said they were lied to and harmed by plastic surgeons. The common wish is that she had a time machine to get her good life back. Dr. Robert Yoho had 2 women die in his surgery center in 2013, plus other serious complaints. I counted 12 medical malpractice lawsuits for him on the LA court side alone. Dr. Kenneth Hughes came before the medical board on 2 counts of wrongful death in 2019, but the board said their own expert was corrupt and lied profusely, and the cases were dropped. Many surgeons have multiple medical malpractice lawsuits, but they remain in practice. Lawyers don't want the cases due to MICRA and corruption. Even if you get to trial like I did, unscrupulous doctors and lawyers look to profit off patient harm. Dr. Terry Dubrow, the IME in my case, and Tom McAndrews, Berger's lawyer,
30 seconds.
willfully participated in a dishonest trial. Dubrow has worked repeatedly with McAndrews' firm. McAndrews represented Yoho, Hughes, and Berger. Talking to Ms. McAndrews is not an investigation. You hired Dubrow as an expert, which empowers him. The low stats and failed cases of your board are deplorable. Most survivors don't file with you because of institutional betrayal. Those that have filed have been denied. We watch in horror as perpetrators continue to harm others. I'm asking you not to push the sunset review through and continue status quo. Your policies left others and me in a living hell, or it killed them. Please listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next request we have is from Hannah Ree. Hannah, are you there?
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Hello, medical board members. This is Hannah Ree of Black Patients Matter. So I just want to share again my concerns and our belief in that the ongoing healthcare disparity that has been accentuated by the recent COVID crisis is due in large part by inexperienced medical experts utilized by the Medical Board of California in this case, who do not have any experience in treating or recognizing the importance of racial and ethnic diversity and religious tolerance. So certainly we are all schooled, myself being a physician, we are all schooled in learning about the anatomy, the biochemistry, the clinical practice. But in terms of having actual important experience, work experience in the field of either volunteer work or in paid work, promoting racial diversity, tolerance, and not so much having work experience in being a patient advocate, but more so in treating a diversified patient population. Board members, as we know, we do have minority patients in the state of California. Minority because they are a small number. Unfortunately, most of the physicians in the state of California have never treated, and some of them choose not to treat, underrepresented minority groups such as African American patients. And for that to be so, that may be their choice, their business choice, how they practice, how they choose to practice, but certainly as a medical expert hired by the state of California, by the Medical Board of California, it is not acceptable. It is not acceptable to utilize a medical expert that does not
30
treat
seconds, Mike.
patients of color. If a physician chooses not to treat a diversified patient population, they should not be paid to be medical board experts. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Christina Hildebrand. Christina, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Christina Hildebrand. I'm from a Voice for Choice Advocacy. We educate and advocate for informed choice and transparency of what goes into your body, be it food, air, water, pharmaceuticals. I'm disappointed, I have to say, to look at the agenda this time. We had, the last board meeting, it seemed as though public input was going to be taken more seriously. And that maybe some agenda items were going to be followed up on that we brought forward. There were many, many comments, and I ask you to go back and listen to them. But I look at the agenda today and tomorrow, and none of them appear there. Once again, I feel like we have been relegated to the sidelines. And I really ask the board to look at what your community members, and you're supposed to be responsible to us, or responsive to us, what we are asking for. There were comments made on the financial costs of Public Records Act requests. There were comments on each of us had specific agenda items that we would like added. We've asked many, many times for different agenda items to be added. Nothing seems to have happened. And so I really ask you to look again and to listen to us and to follow up and at least put some of the agenda items, maybe one at a time, or having more community meetings where we can have more input. But it's really unfortunate and disappointing to see that, there seemed to be this, and I got off the phone thinking, I wonder whether they just said that to shut us all up for once, or whether they're actually going to take action. And it seems like you just said it to shut us all up again. And where it's clear, I'm on here every time as a handful of people, and it's clear we're not going away. So maybe you should listen to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marion Hollingsworth, and I'm a patient safety advocate. First, I'd like to comment on yesterday's confirmation hearing and give a recommendation to all board members. You should all know the basic board statistics. It was surprising that none of the 3 doctors up for confirmation was able to answer correctly when asked about the board's disciplinary rate. If they had read the materials for this meeting and the annual report, they would have known the disciplinary rate is only about 3.5%. Also, I would like to request that the board take up the issue of telehealth and how doctors identify themselves to patients. While this works great for patients who have routine appointments with their primary care doctors, it doesn't work in a hospital setting because families are still banned due to COVID. So when someone calls from a hospital claiming to be a doctor, there is no way of knowing who they are, at least not initially. This happened to me when my husband was in the hospital last fall. The hospitalist called and introduced another person as the radiation doctor. Afterwards, I looked this person up on Breeze and there was no page for her. I called the board helpline and was told this person did not hold any license in any state. I did more digging and found out that she was a first-year resident. The next day, the hospitalist and this resident spoke to me again, and again she was identified as the radiation doctor. My point here is, why did they have to lie? Both these medical professionals took advantage of me, knowing I could not see them or their ID badges in person. During the stressful time, it added even more stress knowing I had been lied to. And the truth was, I would have been fine knowing this person was a resident, but because she lied to me, I lost all confidence in her and the hospitalist. There needs to be a requirement for doctors to identify themselves for telehealth calls. The Washington Medical Commission is considering an informed consent form for patients for telehealth appointments. That way, the doctor is identified to the patient before the call or Zoom. I urge this board to review telehealth protocol and explore a possible informed consent form for doctors to use with virtual appointments. California doctors are required to identify themselves for in-person appointments, but there is no requirement for virtual ones. This needs to change, especially in this day of COVID and family bans. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Eric Andrus. Eric, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
I want to say right off the bat that I'm optimistic having Christina leading the way now. We're counting on you to finally do right by victims and advocates and help make the changes that this board has needed for a century. We're here to help, so please utilize us. Secondly, go TJ Watkins. I have 5 questions for you at yesterday's panel meeting. I really appreciate how much effort you're putting into your role on the medical board and could see from your yellow pad of notes that you make the time to do your research before each meeting. Hopefully the rest of the board members will take note of your efforts instead of continuously sitting on their hands and trying to silence the public. We watched in horror yesterday as Dev, Richard, and Asif, and it was mostly Dev and Richard, attempted to pull the wool over the Senate Rule Committee's eyes at their confirmation hearing. Many of you will remember when I came here and complained that the staff never interviewed me on any of my complaints before closing them. Other victims have come here with the same complaint. Senator Scott Wilk directly asked if it was a standard procedure to not interview people that file complaints. Dev answered in his typical wishy-washy way, quote, "There is no place when somebody suffers for the staff not to interview the family members," close quote. And that, my dear board members, is just untrue. After filing the complaint for my own injuries that this board closed without investigating, I asked the analyst on my case, I'm on deep core, why I wasn't being interviewed. He replied in writing on September 24th, 2018, quote, "The Medical Board of California does not conduct interviews during this stage of the review process," close quote. He goes on later in the email to say, quote, "If the case is forwarded for further investigation, you may be contacted for an interview at this time," close quote. Dev has been on this board for 10 years and apparently still doesn't know that, even after so many have come to these meetings and complained about not being interviewed. I've only been monitoring the board for about 4 years and apparently know more about how it functions than he does. This is why we never believe you guys when you say, "We hear you," because clearly you don't. It's just an act to make you look like you care about the public. So Dev gave misinformation to Senator Wilk in order to make himself look worthy of being reappointed to the board, and I intend to set Senator Wilk straight on that. Then Richard leaped into pro-CMA mode, which he says he doesn't do, when he dramatically started talking about how chilling it is when a poor little doctor has to reveal to a, what?
30 seconds remaining.
To a new patient why they are on probation, an argument we heard Dev use at the Sunset Review when bad-mouthing the patient's right to know bill. I guess both doctors think it's less chilling thing to do to lie to a new patient or mislead them into thinking there's no probation or no cause for concern.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, Mr. Lawson, I do not see any additional requests in queue.
All right, I'll just give it a couple more seconds, make sure nobody else adds something to the Q&A.
Honoring myself, but
all right,
clear.
Seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item 3, which is approval of the meeting minutes from the November 12th through 13th, 2020 quarterly board meeting. So members, please unmute your computers. Are there any additions or corrections to the November board meeting minutes?
This is Howard Krause. I have a couple of corrections.
Go ahead, Dr. Krause.
The good news is that I emailed the wording to Valerie, so nobody has to take notes. But on agenda item 5, board member communications with interested parties, on line 2 where it says he did not respond to him, what I had said at the time is I did not offer support out of concern that such support could be misconstrued as medical board support. And then in reference to my discussion with Dr. DeLibero, in terms of suggesting we be involved in Medi-Cal's planned expansion, the wording was that he suggested that the medical board be involved in seeking to limit Medi-Cal's planned expansion of the use of a medical CPT code by licensed clinical social workers, licensed marriage family therapists, and others. And I did email that wording to Valerie earlier today.
Dr. Hawkins with a correction.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins.
Page 9, the bottom paragraph, starting with Dr. Lewis. The request of the Golden Gate Medical Association, please substitute gate for the word state. It's the Golden State Medical Association. Thank you.
Thank you. And Valerie, did you capture that? I want to make sure before we move on, does anybody else have any corrections or additions?
I have some corrections on it.
Mr. Watkins, please.
And I will send the wording to Valerie as well. First item. Just trying to get to this. Okay, it's on agenda item 3. It's right at the beginning. The quote made, want to correct, is Mr. Watkins expressed his condolences to Mrs. Hollingsworth. does not appear there. It is incorrectly. Ms. Pines expressed her condolences. So, and then Ms. Pines made a motion to approve the minutes. So that's my first correction. On page 11, Valerie, on that same item, there's Mr. Watkins asked Mr. Prasifka, and I want you to strike Mr. Watkins also express his condolences to Ms. Hollingsworth because that was not in the place that it happened. And then I'm on still agenda item 3, and it was my comments it started with Mr. Watkins commenting that the report lacks the most important question. And I will just send the wording, the correct wording to Valerie because it's quite lengthy, and there's another part at the bottom as well.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Is that the total of your comments?
That's
Great.
the total of mine, and I'll send it to Valerie.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other comments or additions to the minutes from our November meeting?
No, I move to approve the minutes from November 12-13 quarterly board meeting with corrections as stated.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. And we have a second, it sounds like from Dr. Kraus.
Yes.
Is that correct? Great, thank you. And I will now ask the host to call for public comments.
Just a minute, Ms. Lawson, I believe Carrie had a comment. We're working on a mic issue real quick. Okay? Okay, we're okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and activate the Q&A window again. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. You don't have to type out your full comments, or anything more than just yes or anything like that, and we can get you called on. First up here, I see Eric Andrus. Eric, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Who exactly takes the minutes and produces these? They're terrible. I thought that was the secretary's job on the board. If you'll all remember back to the last meeting when outgoing President Denise Pines took credit for accomplishing a number of things that she didn't actually accomplish, that advocates accomplished instead. Advocate Michelle Montserrat Ramos called in for basically 3 minutes and very clearly outlined that it was she that had accomplished some of the things that Denise was taking credit for. Yet in the minutes, this is how what Michelle said was described. Quote, Ms. Montserrat Ramos commented on Ms. Pine's statement to patient advocates, close quote. I realize there's no requirement to accurately relay exactly the same words that someone says, but you are supposed to relay the basic meaning and intent. The way this was written in no way displays Michelle's intent. In fact, it makes it seem totally the opposite, which is not an accurate representation for official minutes. It often seems like the public's comments are severely edited while the board members are not. Is this another way of being interested in the public and taking it to heart? I would like for a board member to request that this matter be looked into. Everyone that participates in these meetings should be treated equally. The public's words are no less important and meaningful than some of the pontifications of certain board members. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Hannah Ree. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Hannah Ree of Black Patients Matter. So we do not accept the minutes. Certainly the intent is subject to interpretation. So the medical board members' intent, of course, is to promote white privilege. If in fact they were serious about caring for patients of a diversified background, they would utilize medical experts that worked in such fields, not those that choose to see white patients only. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marion Hollingsworth. I would like to comment on the apparent watered down interpretation of some of the board minutes. For example, number 23 on the minutes from the last meeting says Ms. Pines made a statement to patient advocates on working with the board in the future. The minutes fail to point out that Ms. Pines called out advocates by name. and that she claimed board credit for bills that advocates pushed for against the board, like the patient right to know bill. If you remember, the board was vehemently against this bill at first. I would hope that in the future, the board minutes will more accurately reflect what is actually said in the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good
Please go ahead.
afternoon, board members. My name is Michelle Montserrat Ramos. I'm with Consumer Watchdog. Want to thank you, Eric, for your comments. I could not agree more. At the last board meeting, Ms. Pine specifically questioned specific patient advocates, including myself, our intent and our ability to work with the board. I made some very specific comments, and none of them were listed in the meeting minutes. I feel that this is an official document, just as the board members do, and the board members have made corrections. And I really feel that there should be some attempt to document the public's comments. We are in a sunset review year, and the board is going to be reviewed by the legislature. And this is not asking a lot, and I really feel that this is something that needs to be remedied. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in queue. I'll give it a few more seconds. If anyone would like to indicate so, please just type yes in the Q&A box. Okay, Ms. Lawson, I don't believe there's anyone else at this time.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you to all the commenters. Bringing it back to the board, we do have a motion and a second, and I would just ask whether there's any further discussion about the minutes before I call for a roll call vote. I don't see any hands raised or anyone indicating they have additional comments. And so members, please do unmute your your computers. And Ms. Caldwell, please perform the roll call vote.
Ms. Campoverde?
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Aye.
Dr. Tirado?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Thank you. The November 12th through 13th, 2020 board meeting minutes stand approved. Members, please remute your computers, and I'm now going to move ahead to agenda item 4, which is the president's report. It's been a busy couple of months, but I just have a few items to report to you all. First, I wanted to call your attention to the governor's announcement earlier this week on Tuesday that he has appointed Ryan Brooks to the Medical Board of California. I had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Brooks this morning and welcome him to the board. He will be joining our next meeting in person or via WebEx. Mr. Brooks is a resident of San Francisco. He currently serves as the Executive Vice President of Government Affairs at Outfront Media. And for more than a decade, Mr. Brooks has served on the California State Board of Pharmacy. So we look forward to having Mr. Brooks join us at our next meeting. And then just a couple of kind of more formal updates. Our website, www.mbc.ca.gov, offers resources to licensees regarding waivers and extensions in response to COVID-19, along with links to the California Department of Public Health for their COVID-19 related guidelines. And our website, of course, is always the source of the most up-to-date information about how COVID-19 is affecting the matters that are within the jurisdiction of the Medical Board of California. The board's 2020 Sunset Review Report is available on our website in the publication section under the About Us tab, and we'll hear more about that process a little bit later. And the board's most recent podcast episode can be found in the media room section under the About Us tab. And lastly, new cures requirements can be found in the quick link section of the website. And I will have more to offer on some of my communications in the next agenda item. Are there any comments or questions from the members on the president's report? All right. Seeing none, I'll ask the host to call for public comments.
Okay, I've activated that Q&A window again. If anybody would like to make a public comment, please just type in yes or your name or anything. First up here, we have Hannah Ree. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Hannah Ree of Black Patient Matter. So the president's report is something that we look forward to listening to and hearing about. So it's not surprising that there's no mention of any issues regarding minority health care. So certainly we are not surprised by this, by Ms. Lawson, who has absolutely no experience whatsoever in acknowledging, supporting, recognizing racial, ethnic, religious tolerance, racial diversity, and LGBTQ rights. So we feel that, well, we're just pointing out the obvious. We're not surprised. And this is what we have to put up with, white privilege. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
I saw the message on Facebook that your website is going to be down all weekend for maintenance, which in the 21st century, I just find unconscionable. I create websites myself, and when we do maintenance on websites, we create them on a dummy server so that all the maintenance can be done while the website is still up and working. This is just bizarre to me. This is the medical board website, which you guys all brag about so much, that, we can all go and look up our doctors before we need to see them. What about people going into emergency rooms or emergency situations won't be able to have access to this information all weekend long? So they can access our website at www.forpatientsafety.org, and that's the number 4, where we do mirror most of what is on the medical board's website. But I think, it's probably DCA that probably is taking care of this, so it's probably not you guys, but somebody needs to question that. The website should never be down for an entire weekend. I think that's really, really bad. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. That is all I see in the queue at this time, Ms. Lawson.
Thanks, Sean, and thank you to the public commenters. We're now going to move on to agenda item 5, which is board member communications with interested parties. Do any members have any communications with interested parties to report? If you do, please unmute your computers if you'd like to speak. All right, it looks like the members don't have anything to report. I did just want to report to all of you about the various communications I have had. I did have an introductory meeting with board members of the California Medical Association. I've also met regularly over the past couple of months with those that are interested in the Mexico pilot program, including Senator Ana Caballero, representatives from DCA and agency, and representatives from the advocates of the program as well. I've also received a variety of questions and communications from the public, some of which have been related to vaccines for COVID, and others that relate to the board's ongoing business. Most of those I just forward on to staff. In some cases I respond, but there are cases in which some of them reference disciplinary or other enforcement matters, and so I often forward those to staff. So I have had those communications over the past month or so. And again, is there anyone else who has any board member communications to report?
Dr. Hawkins, it's a question, Christina. What volume of inquiries are you getting in general? What type of volume are you getting inquiries? Just curious.
Yeah, it's so we're going to have an item on the Mexico pilot program later today. What I will say is that in terms of the number of inquiries, that program is probably what's been taking up most of my time. That's because there's been a tremendous amount of activity focused on implementation of that program over the past couple of months. So that in some cases can be, several times a week. And then I would say it's once every other day or so where there's type of communication from a member of the public, either, an inquiry to me now that I'm listed on the board's website as the president, along the lines of asking a particular, question about whether something is allowed or permitted, or, that type of thing. So it's maybe once or twice a week on that sort of thing. And then, on all the other kind of routine issues a couple times a week as well. So it's a not insignificant number of communications, but it isn't kind of an overwhelming flow of communications either, Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Christine, I have a question. Are we going to continue with the interested parties meeting that Denise Pine started?
I believe that to be the case, and I believe we might be discussing that, Mr. Watkins, as maybe on another agenda item, perhaps even as part of, I can't remember if it's in Bill's report or somewhere else, but I think we'll be talking about that. If not, let's talk about that at future agenda items.
Okay.
All right. Okay, do we have any public comments? I'll ask Sean to again open up the Q&A.
I've opened it up. First up here, we have Hannah Ree. And if anyone else would like to make a public comment, please indicate so through the Q&A box. Just type anything in there and we'll call on you in the order received. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, thank you. So this is Dr. Ree of Black Patients Matter. So interested parties, yes. So we are, thank you, Mr. Watson, for bringing that up. I surely hope that Ms. Lawson does not marginalize Black Patients Matter. As you know, we had sued Kimberly Kirchmeier for marginalizing us during her term when she sent out an email to interested parties, but did not include us. So, Ms. Lawson, in case you don't know, Black Patients Matter advocates for African American patients. And we are dying or are dead at a higher rate than non-Black patients in the state of California, disproportionately so. The reason why is because the medical board does not use doctors who treat a diversified patient population. Please don't forget that, because we don't want to have to sue you too. We understand you're still known as the hanging judge, but we will continue to respect your position as the hanging judge of the Medical Board of California, who's now the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests. A few more seconds here.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks to the public commenter as well. And let's now move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 6, executive management reports. Mr. Prasifka.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam President. I will try to be brief and hit some of the highlights. First, starting with the administrative summary. It was a particularly busy period since the last board meeting. Going through some of the most prominent meetings, we had several meetings the staff did with the president and vice president in relation to ongoing projects in the board meeting and the agenda. As was alluded to earlier, senior staff had many meetings in relation to the Mexico pilot program with Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, the Department of Consumer Affairs, and other interested parties. And this item is on the agenda later, but just to say that we've had significant progress in that area. Board staff held meetings with legislative staff and advocates in relation to telehealth, the board's pending sunset review and legislation that's introduced. Board staff met with the California Society of Addiction Medicine on matters of mutual interest, and I found it to be quite an informative meeting. Moving on to staffing updates. The board has 178.2 permanent full-time positions. Vacancy rate is at 10%, slightly lower than it was at the previous time. And the board welcomed 7 new employees since November of 2020. Moving to the budget update, very careful readers of the budget will note that the board's financial position continues to marginally improve over previous projections. The board is now projecting that we will be, or the budget is now projected that we will be in surplus at the end of the current fiscal year. Again, if you read the budget item quite carefully, it had been anticipated that we would require a loan this year. That has been pushed through to next year. And we will continue to be in very close discussions with the Department of Consumer Affairs and the California Department of Finance in terms of the timing. And as you know, the board's financial position remains very much sort of on the edge. In terms of external communications, it was a very busy period. The board collaborated with the Department of Consumer Affairs, Department of Justice, and Board of Pharmacy to launch an outreach program to inform physicians about the security arrangements for paper forms used to write controlled substances. There were lots of messages, lots of comprehensive social media strategy, and I can report that we appear to have a rather smooth rollout of this particular item, and I think that's a tribute to the very active media policy of the board in this area. News releases were issued to announce the election of the new president, vice president, and secretary, and also in December, we had the 2020 edition of the newsletter. In terms of information technology under remote working, I think that the information set out there really speaks for itself. The work of the board has been significantly transformed because of COVID. We now have 6.25%, over 60% of the workforce in licensing is working remotely. Over 40% in enforcement are working remotely, and in ISB, over 80% are working remotely. And I have to report that activity levels across the board remain very strong, as will be pointed out later in terms of our enforcement strategy and also licensing strategy. The Information Services Branch is continuing to adjust for accommodating additional board and HQIAU staff working remotely. We are focused in terms of our technology strategy on facilitating remote working. And again, the numbers speak for themselves. In terms of patient advocacy forums, we can say that the staff has been working on commencing Patient Advocates Forum, which will happen very shortly. We would expect it to happen before the next board meeting and then proceed on a quarterly basis. And this will be an opportunity for patient advocates to interact with the board, with the staff, and with the board president and senior members of the staff. And we set out more detail there. We are committed to having a continuous dialogue with our Patient Advocates Forum. We're looking to reach out to our existing advocates as well as to reaching out to new advocates, and we are committed to doing this on a quarterly basis. In terms of ISB branch updates, the docs portal continues to progress. We are now representing 156 medical schools and 455 postgraduate training bodies. We continue to make progress on the interagency development effort for the authentication of licenses. Breeze has now been adapted to facilitate the update of the survey, and we've made progress in terms of allowing physicians to print electronic wallet cards and licenses at home. We are dedicated to doing as much online as possible and taking every step to reform our procedures so we can become more efficient and more effective going forward. Moving on, the website has been refreshed. We have redesigned the online complaint form What is so important in online complaints is to capture as much relevant information at the earliest stage as possible to facilitate the easiest initiation of complaints. So that's what we have done there. And we have had WebEx training for medical experts. Medical experts lie at the very heart of our enforcement, and we had a very successful training program at the end of January of this year. So that's it in terms of the administrative summary. If I can move on to the enforcement summary. There, as I said, we've had very important training that took place in January of this year. We have some good news to report out of the Central Complaints Unit. One of our most important metrics is the days it takes to initiate a complaint. That has been coming down consistently over the past 6 months, and it now stands at 6 days. The average days to complete the processing of a complaint in CCU is 137 days for the second quarter, which is down from what had been very significant improvement in the first quarter. And then in the past year, the total number of pending complaints decreased by more than 50%, and the number of complaints over 1 year decreased by more than 80%. That is because of the leadership and the industriousness of our staff. We have to focus on the older complaints, and the numbers that are reflected in the metrics that I'll show you bear this out. In terms of our complaint investigative office, they've closed 65 complaints and transmitted 21 cases to the AG's office. And what I would now like to do is to take the board through some of our metrics that we've developed here, looking at page 4 at PM1 complaints received. Okay, that's not in fact a sharp reduction in complaints because in the current year, we're only halfway through. So if you adjust that, it means that we're on target for this year to be somewhere around 10,000 complaints, which is very consistent with previous experience. Going on to PM2 complaint initiation timeframes, again, that shows that number to be significantly down. And again, that's a great credit to Jenna Jones and her team there in terms of making that as efficient as possible. The average days to complete complaints in the Central Complaint Unit, that is down. And that again is reflective of the emphasis on clearing out the old cases and prioritizing them. Moving on, the average days to complete a complaint in the Complaint Investigative Office, that doesn't show the improvement that we would have expected, but I'm told there were some staffing issues, and in the coming board meetings, we should expect those numbers to be coming down as well. Moving on, the average days to complete investigations, HQIU, remain along the same path. But what I would now like to do is to turn your attention toward the last chart in the enforcement pack on page 12. And this is our matrix. This is the one chart that we have only begun at the last board meeting. And as I indicated at the last board meeting, if you look at this chart, which maps out all complaints within the system, if you just take a snapshot, it doesn't really tell you a lot. But where it becomes more informative is to compare one time period to another. Now, the overall outturn here indicates that in quarter one, effectively, we had 6,632 complaints in the system. And now in quarter two, that is down to 6,152, a reduction of 7%. Now, a note of caution here. The only proper way to analyze a complaint system is to be able to come to the conclusion that every complaint is being dealt with properly, that the easy complaints are handled efficiently and effectively, that the more difficult cases are being invested in, And the serious cases ultimately are taken very seriously and upon the production of clear and convincing evidence that there is a significant sanction. That's not what this shows, but it does show to me that progress has been made to close out a lot of old cases. It shows that we are not effectively drowning in a sea of complaints, but we're managing to handle the complaints that come in, and that significant progress has been made in terms of the efficiency of the operation. So what I'm hoping is that as we get more information in, as we have more quarters behind us, this analysis will become more interesting, more informative. But I think given the fact that this is the first time we've had a comparison at this level, I think it does reflect a lot of work and a lot of emphasis that we put on to date, which is particularly in terms of those complaints that we control, to try to handle them as effectively and efficiently as possible, to close out the old complaints, and certainly to deal with the complaints on the basis that we're managing to resolve complaints at a faster rate than they're coming in. So I think it tells a good story. It's a partial story, and one that I hope will be more informative as we get more such complaints or more such data under our belt. Moving on to 6C, which is the licensing program summary. Again, looked at from a higher level, I think that shows a similar kind of analysis. For the most recent quarter, we are issuing significantly more licenses than applications received, just as we did last quarter. Part of the issues that arose in the previous financial year was because we had a surge of applications because of the introduction of the PTL. I can report to the board that that surge has been largely dealt with. I'm informed that to date, we only have about a dozen such applications in the system awaiting initial review, and that in fact, within 2 or 3 weeks, they should all be dealt with. So that means that the backlog of PTL licenses has been eliminated. The processing time, as of the most recent information, is now down to 36 days in terms of physician and surgeons licenses. At a point last year, it was over 60 days, so we are making progress. And just to note that there's been a lot of diversion of certainly senior management time in terms of the Mexico pilot project. So anyway, I think we've made good progress in terms of the licensing front, and that's in no small part to the leadership there and to a lot of ingenuity and creativity. Significant amounts of the staff are working remotely, and so we've managed to claw back a lot of time, a lot of backlog in what is a difficult operating environment. So I think progress there can be noted. The COVID waivers are set out there quite clearly, and I think if I could leave it at that in terms of Section 6, and myself and the team would be happy to address any questions.
Bill,
Thank you, Mr. Prasifka. Are there any questions or comments from the members?
Yeah, Ms. Lawson, Bill, our sunset review asked for increase in dues, and that's the revenue side. Remember, we mentioned about what are we doing on the expense side, the cost side. Can you explain to us what we're doing on the cost side?
Well, I think that the matrix in terms of enforcement indicating that currently we have 7% fewer complaints in the system to where we were a quarter until where we were last quarter. I think that's in a very important driver of lower costs. We are referring less cases to HQIU. We are resolving more internally. And what we do note is that there's a bit of a lag between our performance and the budget. And so we would hope there's been some marginal improvement in our financial position. And we hope we're on a path where we can show more of that. But if it is the case that we are dealing with fewer complaints, and a 7% reduction in a quarter is a rather large amount. Now, no one can expect that to continue. If that continued for 3 years, we'd have no complaints left. However, if we can deal with the complaints more efficiently, more effectively, if we can catch up, if you will, I think that will be a driver of cost savings.
Yeah, Bill, I think the number of complaints might be down because of multiple reasons, especially COVID. So they will go up.
Yes.
And we want them to go up because we want people to reach out to us. So that's why I'm just trying to see how we can come up with structurally cost reduction, whether it is at PIU or AG's office or within our own investigative unit. So that's what I want to hear from you.
Yes, no, absolutely. We want to do more internally. We want to increase our regulatory toolkit. We want to move away from the situation where the only serious sanctions can happen after we go through the accusation process, which can be very costly, very time-consuming. I notice trends all over the world to try to deal with more of these complaints in a non-adversarial manner. And I think that we have to take advantage of all of those opportunities in order to get our costs under control.
Thank you. And one of the Mr. Andrews brought it up, and actually I was asking yesterday about our staff communicating with people with complaints. My understanding is they do. So can you explain to us, please?
Okay, well, it is a bit complicated in the sense that in terms of a complaint which is processed by the medical board, the complainant is the medical board. The person who reports the complaint, whether it's the patient or the patient's family, or perhaps it could be another medical professional, or it could be anyone, they are effectively a witness. So they're not a party. They don't control the complaint process. As I understand, at the initial stage, what is required before it goes into investigation is a screening, an initial review. It is not the practice to interview or to contact the complainant at that point, meaning the person who made the complaint. But once it goes into investigation, then there is a, I'm not sure if you'd call it a practice, but certainly there are several different occasions at which the medical board reaches out to the person who makes the complaint, corresponds with them, informs them at various stages of what is happening, and provides certainly an opportunity for communication. This is a matter which is going to be a subject of a presentation later in the board meeting in terms of our enforcement presentation. So I think it has to be properly understood. The complaint is not, if you will, the property of the person who informed the board. But we do have many active measures to be in contact with the person, to keep them informed, and to give them every opportunity to interact with us. And clearly, I think this is something that we need to work on. However, it is a problem for any enforcement agency because, remember, it's a very cumbersome legal process. The investigation generally is private. The licensee certainly is entitled to rights, and there's information that is confidential. So there are significant limitations on what we are able to disclose. But I think certainly this is an area that we need to focus on, and we'll be discussing this later in the meeting.
Dr. Mahmood, I just want to end basically saying that a person who in their mind and actually are not actually, most probably actually suffered some harm want to listen from us. So that's what I think we got to keep in mind on the humanistic side rather than just on the enforcement side. Thank you so much.
This Dr. Mahmood, can I just do a follow-up on this, Ms. President?
Please.
Yeah, Mr. Prasifka, you were talking about the complaint again. If a complaint comes from a family member or a complaint comes from actually victim, it is not much different. Victim might not be around if complaint comes from a family member. So in both of these situations, I think it's our responsibility to talk to them. If you cannot talk to complainee, if you cannot talk to the person who's victim, how can you even sort out the facts? So that is the issue came up yesterday, and that is the issue I think we should in detail bring up to the board, that what is the process and how soon you respond to the complaint, and that is the only way to make board transparent that yes, we hear from you, we contact you, and this is the time process we're contacting you. And then after that also, I think we should make it very clear that how long does it take to do the investigation and all the stuff. Number one. Number two, on this investigation process, is there a way we can find like last 5 years or 7 years, how much improvement we have been making in decreasing the time of case conclusion, the average number of days? Thank you.
Yes, no, absolutely. No, absolutely. We have that information. We've been reporting that information.
Hey, Bill. This is TJ Watkins. I want to say thank you to you and Mr. Vargas and your management team, because that 7% that you've achieved in working the numbers and putting it together, that's impressive stuff for if you like numbers. And so I just want to commend you for that. I've got a few questions, and I want to know how are all these offsites tally workers doing in terms of their morale? Do they have the equipment they need? Are they coping working from home? Because it's quite an adjustment.
Yeah, well, okay, you're asking the same kind of questions that I do. Now, on certain metrics, I would say they are doing well. First of all, we have shifted so many people to teleworking. Secondly, the people who are teleworking are the people, by and large, who want to telework and who it facilitates. I have no doubt that for a significant portion of our teleworkers, it facilitates them very well. It allows them a greater work-life balance. It allows them more flexibility. Many of them have responsibilities, family responsibilities, and they can do that. But what keeps me up at night are the people who we don't hear from. And particularly, it is very difficult to build morale, to build camaraderie, to build teams with people that you're not seeing every day. For me, it has been a great source of frustration. I've been now in this organization for 7 months, and probably the majority of people, I don't even know what they look like because we're wearing masks all the time. And we're operating remotely. Now, remote operations are okay with someone you already know, but it's very hard to get to know someone who you've never met, who you've never actually seen their face. So it does present a lot of challenges. Now, we have a very active management, and it's up to all the managers to reach out to their staff and to find out how they're doing. Not only in terms of an operational basis, how many cases did they close in the past week or whatever metric they're using, but how are they doing personally? How are they getting along? And are they getting all the supports? Now, from a technological point of view, we're doing everything we can, and all of our investments are in promoting remote working. But it's much more than that. And I'm really concerned about people's psychological well-being. I'm concerned about their morale, how they feel toward the office. Are they getting the right support? Are they getting the right advice? And a lot of the work that we do is much better done collaboratively. We have all of these cases. There's a huge amount of institutional knowledge that exists in lots of different places. And if people are not seeing each other, it's more difficult to do that. What I can say is we put a lot of effort into it. Activity levels remain strong, but it is a source of constant concern to me. And it's really about the employees that we don't hear from that concern me.
So thank you. This is my last question. And this is more of an ask. You know, I look at all these reports and all of those reports are good, and it gives you a great, what you call 30,000 view insight into the board. But I find myself a little bit that for the layperson that is not understood. And this comes, the whole board comes down, all of our grief comes down to about 300 to 500 cases. And those 300 to 500 cases are cases that come before us as the panels. And those cases, we decide and then it disappears, and I never see a report on that. So my request is that if you could, and I will collaborate with you and the staff to prepare a small report, right? And the report is basically every quarter, all the cases that was decided upon by the panels. You don't have to split it up. It's just one big, and basically I have the case name, the section of the law that it relates to, and just what the penal, the probation period or whatever the disciplinary action was. If I have that, and we have that for a year, for each quarter, we can make a qualitative estimation, because that will give us more information. The reason why one would love to see that as a report is that the board has a lot of complaints from the advocacy groups about our transparency. That will provide the necessary transparency that we would need, because we need to build trust. When I'm listening to all the calls, I just hear people that do not trust us. And the reason why they don't trust us is we have contributed to that. And this is one of the ways that I think that we can, in a tangible way, contribute to start building that trust back. And it will also give the board members, all of us, some insight into our decision making and show us gaps where we could make better decisions. And so if you need my input, I am available. I would love to see that as an ongoing basis. As we go into sunset review, these are going to be the issues.
Yeah, we'll be happy to do that. I think that information already is available in a form in our newsletter, where we set out all the sanctionings. But what we need to do is to make that in a very user-friendly manner that communicates the information that you're talking about, so we can work on that.
So that information on the newsletter is not quite, and the annual report is not the same. It's still that 20,000 foot.
Yeah.
You know, if we get a quarter, if we have 30 cases or 60 cases, right, per quarter, and we have that as a list, then we have one place that it goes to, that will turn to a year. That's a great tool, not just for the board to look at, but also for anybody else that wants to look at or wants to look at it. I think why I'm saying this information is going to be critical, because a lot of all the conversation in the previous sunset review went around how do we discipline. This is more of understanding the quality of the work that we do. We are all in the quantities, and that's great. You're doing a great job, and your team. I mean, I've worked with that, with numbers and put those reports. I know it's a lot of work, but you're doing a great job. So I'm not concerned, but now it's time to address some of these real public trust issues. And you can use numbers to actually achieve that. You can use reports to achieve that. So that would be my only request. But all around you and your team are doing an excellent job. I just want to thank you.
Yeah, we will work on you with Aaron and Carlos and the team. We'll work on something that's user-friendly and that encapsulates the high-level cases. And you're absolutely right. It's the most difficult cases, the ones that attract the highest sanctions, that ultimately will be judged on.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Let me comment. Dr. Yip, can I make comment?
Yes, Dr. Yep, go ahead, please.
Hi, Bill and Jenna, thank you. Good work, but still a lot of room to improve. Two things. One is that looking forward, I'm always looking for ways to maximize the resources, efficiency, and also cut costs without compromising the quality. In my experience reviewing cases, I just wonder, is it worth to have staff or even have graduate students from School of Public Health, from the UCs, to review the last 100 DUI, substance abuse, even sexual misconduct cases, and stratify and see which one of those would actually have no chance of getting early termination. Because we spend a lot of resources for a physician who come back and ask for early termination. You have to go through due process, review, and AG office and expense. And end up, most likely, those cases get turned down, or they may even give them 6 months to early termination. That's really a waste of resources. So we can stratify, just like some of those criminal cases that there's no chance for parole or no chance early or whatever. So we may have to stratify and look at that and put forward to legislation in the future that certain those cases that they do not even need to try and come back for early termination. I think that would one way of saving resources and money spent to DHE office. The second comment is that I put a couple of times, in contrary to expense, if we can have an online platform about how the case go and where they are, like they're being in the central unit, they're being reviewed by a medical consultant, they're being reviewed by DAG, so that the licensee and the complainant, the public, can see where the cases are. That gives them a lot of information and comfort, and also hold every party accountable that we're watching where the cases are rather than maybe the bird banner in their face. Okay, great. Thank you.
No, yeah, I take those points. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there?
Dr. Thorpe.
Please.
Bill, again, thanks for this report, and thanks for all the work that you're doing on our behalf. Obviously, still quite a concern about the budgetary issues. And one of the things that is concerning me is if you look at the AG expenditures under tab 6A, page 10, and the average days to file formal charges by the AG under 6B, page 10, there, our expenditure for the AG from July to December was 9,000, and our budget is 16,000. So we're already, not 1,000, 16 million, 9 million we've already spent, and we're budgeted to spend almost 17 million, and so we're already over budget by probably $2 million. And the average days to file charges by the AG after they've gotten the raise isn't going up, but the trend has been going, well, it's been, the average days to file has been going up, but it's not improving, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So do you have a sense of why we're having such a disparity between our budgeted?
Well, look, we do know that the fees from the AG's office have increased. We actually had a delay in the implementation of that fee, but it's gone up. Legal work is very labor intensive. It is very costly. The only way forward we have is to, where possible, refer less cases to the AG's office and to try to do things more internally, to try to go for early resolutions, to go for settlements. But we are stuck in our own legislative straitjacket, which places severe limitations on us. It is very difficult for us to control costs with agencies which are not directly under our control, and in which we don't have, in many cases, any viable alternatives. And that is simply the situation where we find ourselves in. What we are doing as much as possible is to control everything we can control. And I think it bears out that we're doing that. But at the end of the day, under the current arrangement, there is a limit to what we can do in terms of the Attorney General and the HQIU.
Oh, I appreciate that, Bill. I understand that. I understand that problem. But the concern I have is that was this budget for fiscal year 2021 prepared before we knew that there was going to be a raise? I mean, because all of the rates, if you look at the table on page 10 of the board report 6A, all the rates are the same. The rates went up. We know the rates went up, but they went up a year ago.
Yeah, no, that's right. No, we did know that the rates were increasing. That's absolutely correct.
So my question is, did we not, did we just miss it completely on the budget? Or, I mean, because we're not missing it by a little bit, we're missing it by a significant amount. And at the same time, I mean, the average days to file a formal complaint by the AG at the end of 2019, for all of 2018, 2019, was below 80 days. Most of them were 65 days, something like that. And since 2020, when they've gotten the raise, the average days to file formal charges has gone, now it's 110 days. Up from what was 65 days. What's the deal?
Okay, can I turn it over to our numbers man here, to the Deputy Director?
Dr. Thorpe, this is Reggie. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So just to answer your question about the amount of money that was overspent, and also this report is only through not through December, but through November, and the total amount in 2 months compared to the previous report in September, total amount we overspent is 3.2 million, and most of that is in the personnel services, and we are looking into the detailed reports at this time, and I really don't have anything more than that to report, but that's in the personnel services. The budgets are adjusted based on the rate increase, but sometimes the budget is an estimate, but when those personnel services are hard to estimate up front because of retirements and payouts. Until we look at all the detailed reports, we will not know. So maybe we can take a look at it and report back to you at a later time.
I'm sorry, Reggie. I don't think you're understanding my question. My question is not about personnel costs, budgetary costs. It's about AG costs, which is, at least in my packet, was agenda item board report 6A, page 11, where it lists the Attorney General, the hours of the Attorney General. It's actually page 10, I'm sorry. The attorney services, paralegal services, special agent, all that stuff is listed out for every month from January through December. The total for July through December, the first 6 months of our fiscal year, is $9,021,451.77. The budgeted amount for the total year is $16,875. My concern is that we've already used up more than half of our budget for this, and we have a remaining balance, a budgeted balance of $7,854,000, and we spent $9 million on the first 6 months of the year. So I'm just concerned, and at the same time, the Attorney General's days to file charges. I mean, you'd think that if they're getting paid better, they'd be working more efficiently, right? Well, it doesn't look like that. I'm concerned that their days to file has gone up by 40%.
I see those numbers. Yes, like I said, we requested some detailed reports on those, and once we look through all the detailed reports, we may be able to come back to you at a later time with and of course, as like Bill was mentioning earlier, as we're making progress and referring less and less cases to the AG's office, we hope to bring that cost down this fiscal year, but we may not be able to.
Do we have any ongoing way to track what the Attorney General's pattern of filing charges are? It's just concerning to me that this area that we have no control over is a significant part of the delay in us. You know, we took a lot of heat yesterday in the Senate Hearing Committee. Senate Rules Committee was pretty aggressive, Dr. Gnandev and I specifically. And, you know, I'm a little sensitive about it, actually. And I would just like to know that when I go do that next time, I can say something that actually makes sense and I can say, no, we're doing a good job, you know.
I might suggest as well that we have Ms. Castro with an update from the AG's office as agenda item 10, and so we might ask similar questions of her, Dr. Thorpe. Are there any other comments or questions on Mr. Prasifka's report?
Question? Lori here.
Please.
Yeah.
Ms. Lubiano.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill and staff, for the report. My question is to the expert reviewers training. I mean, I know we have we had the in-person, now virtual training for experts, as well as a guideline manual that we present to them. I'm wondering what other kinds of training we have for our reviewers. And also, Bill, you know, one good thing about you is also the fresh perspective you bring to our process. And I'm wondering what immediate improvements do you see, you know, to our training process, and how can we prioritize improving it?
Well, okay, first of all, in terms of the role of the expert in the clinical case, they are absolutely essential. Clinical case, the case either lives or it dies on the basis of the quality of our experts. I think that training is one important part of our whole process, but it is not the only part. What is also required, and this is what we are doing, is that we are consistently, continuously reviewing the work of our experts and trying, where possible, where necessary, to remediate, or sometimes to effectively cull the panel of experts. We need to reach out to get new experts, to increase the quality of our experts. I would like us to get to the point where within the medical profession, it is seen that to be named as an expert for the medical board is something which is highly prestigious and which will attract the most eminent physicians, as it does in many cases. And I have to tell you, in our interactions across the profession, I frequently run into members of the profession who are experts, and they are very proud to be experts. And these are leaders in the profession. And these are the people that we need to cultivate. Now, I know a lot of work has been involved in terms of the training, led by Jenna Jones. Dr. Nuovo has been very instrumental in promoting that, and it remains a very important part. But training only takes us so far. We have to have good experts. We have many experts who are very fine, who are amongst the finest physicians in the state, and we need to increase their pool. Now, the second part of the question was, what do I see that we can do to, could you refresh my recollection?
Oh, yes. What can we do to improve that training?
Well, look, I think training to me is what is needed in individual cases is to have very much bespoke training. We review the cases very actively, and in those cases where we have experts who have not performed as well as we do, we need to reach out to them individually and personally and recommend some training. So it's not just group training, but we need to focus on individual training, and that's something which we need to do going forward.
And just to add briefly, you raised the point about outreach, and I definitely agree that there's a connection there to doing the outreach to get the get the right people there to help us, and also build that culture that serving is prestigious and important, and very necessary to our process. And I sit on both the enforcement committee and the outreach committee, so happy to help wherever needed.
Thank you very much. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions?
It's Alejandra. I have an add-on to the most recent comment. Is it possible for us to get a demographic breakdown of our experts by gender, race, experience, and so on, focus? That would be great to see that. Because I'd be curious to look into also, I applaud the effort to increase our medical expert pool. I'd love to see recruitment take into account also diversity of our medical experts, cultural competency reasons.
Be happy to provide you whatever information we can about the breakdown of the experts. So we'll, I'll see what we have and what we can create in that regard.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Any additional questions or comments? Sorry, I didn't see who that came. Oh, Dr. Tirado, please.
So in page 12, that we see that we have pending cases that could be up to 2 years. What kind of specific cases are usually those, and have we seen, do we have a specific goal of, in terms of timing, that we would like to close cases?
Well, okay, you're talking about the matrix, the last chart in the enforcement section.
Yes.
Well, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of information here, but the information becomes much more useful as we develop more of a longitudinal analysis. The goal here is that as we add to it, then we can do an aging analysis, in particular to focus on what are, the oldest cases, why it is for that. In terms of enforcement, there are a myriad of reasons that cases can be very old. Sometimes cases have to be parked effectively because of ongoing civil litigation or other legal issues which prevent it from continuing. It is extremely important that priority be given to the oldest cases, and that's what we've been doing very actively and successfully, for example, in the Central Complaints Unit and the Central Investigation Unit, is to monitor that. But as we get more examples, we can develop an aging profile, and that should give us another useful tool to identify where resources should be going.
Thank you.
Christina, can I just make a last comment from me? Bill, thank you for answering all these questions. They were very important, but I do want to commend our staff and you for really moving from paper to the electronic, especially in the licensing side. And if we can do this similar thing on the enforcement side, I think that might help quite a bit in cutting down our timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Just one other comment, Madam Chair.
Please.
So just on looking at that matrix that Dr. Tirado was mentioning, I do think it's important to recognize that about a third, well, at least a little more than a fourth of those cases that are out 2 years are probation monitoring. And so those are going to go on for a period of time.
Absolutely.
It almost doesn't seem fair that that's even part of the matrix to me.
Yeah, no, well, I share your interest. However, these issues were already coded before as being part of enforcement. But it is absolutely the case. If someone is on probation for 7 years, you're not necessarily doing a better job of reducing that. So that's absolutely correct. So you shouldn't read, I mean, if you do an aging analysis of the probation, you have to use it with, it sends out different messages than aging of cases that are sitting around waiting because of other delays. So you're absolutely correct on that. Probation, I mean, that was our view initially, it shouldn't go there. However, it's part of the coding, and then to take it out would require a whole redevelopment of the system from an IT perspective. That's why it's there. But yeah, I mean, the goal here is not to reduce probation time. It's to monitor it to see that it's being done effectively.
Yeah.
Can I? I think we were talking about two different things. And people who are already on probation, that case is decided. We are not talking about that case. When decision is made, we are talking about from the time of complaint to the decision. Probation stays 7 years or 2 years. That we are not worried about. Once the decision is done, the case is closed. That is a totally different thing. You are making two different things together. We are talking about 2 years people who are waiting from complaint until the decision is made, the decision comes to the board. And we should be very clear on that. We are talking about just those cases, and there are cases who are at a very lengthy time in that particular subject, not the people who have already got probation. You getting my point?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about that. I mean, if you look at those cases that are over 4 years, those are not people waiting to get on probation. Those are people in probation.
The cases where the decision is done, they should not be in the pending thing. That is observation. That's a totally different thing.
Of course,
we're talking about from the complaint, the time decision is made.
No, I understand that, but they were there because of a coding reason, and that to take them out would require a breakdown of the IT system. But you're right. The probation monitoring is something different than the other. In terms of the information here, it is something different than the other categories.
Yeah, and if we can separate them, I think then it will look us a little bit better. We will look better that, okay, we are doing things in timely manner, at least relatively timely manner. If we just separate these two things so that we don't really confuse everybody, okay, we are taking so long and every dirt will come on the board and board members, the board staff and everybody when they're doing pretty decent job. So I think there should be some kind of parameter where we separate these two things.
Okay.
All right, are there any additional questions or comments for Mr. Prasifka before we move to public comment? All right, seeing none. Sean, would you please open up the Q&A so we can call for public comment?
Yes, we've activated the Q&A window. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please send me a message in there and we'll call you in order received. Okay, first up here we have Hannah Reed. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, thank you. So this is Dr. Reed from Black Patients Matter. 3 points. Number one, I'm absolutely speechless. Wonderful, glad, happy to hear about the quarterly patient advocate meetings. I would just wonder how that is similar or different from the interested parties meeting, and also. Please do not marginalize our nonprofit. As you know, we filed that federal lawsuit after Kimberly Kirchmeier had left this out. And so I would request that you let somehow notify the public that these meetings are occurring. And then secondly, the second point is that, look, I'm here to tell you that the AG's office is not representing the medical board appropriately. So there's nothing we can do with their costs. That's just what they charge. Mr. Prasifka's approach as far as not, referring all cases to the AG's office. No, have a alternate choices that we can utilize under the rules as they're written. So those type of settlement conferences to reestablish the doctor-patient relationship is a wonderful, wonderful solution. And then third point is Alejandra, thank you so much. Outstanding that you would request the information of medical experts, get the demographics. I would first of all start with members of the medical board. Why is it that we have members of the medical board whose resume read like white power? No, I mean, a lot of lawyers on the medical board who have no experience whatsoever in diversity, racial diversity, religious tolerance, LGBTQ rights. With that type of resume, that's not appropriate for for members of the medical board. When the resume of medical board members read like white power resumes, what they're representing is like the alt-right. So I would suggest that if you look at the demographics, you might want to start with the medical board members. And then also, when you look at the medical experts' backgrounds, yes, thank you. Please start with the psychiatrists. You have psychiatrists who are whose resumes read like white power. They avoid any type of work in promoting racial diversity or tolerance. So thank you, Alejandra.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Eric Andrus. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to talk fast because I got a lot to say. Bill, don't blame the antiquated coding system and don't put out ambiguous numbers. If it's ambiguous, add an explanation as well. Don't expect us to figure it out. I want to thank Deb for asking for the interview process to be cleared up and want to offer some further information. It's irrelevant whether the complaint belongs to the victim or not. Without the victim, you have no complaint. People don't always explain in full detail when they file a complaint, or don't turn everything over just because there's so much information that they have. And yet the board bases whether the case moves on solely on the submitted complaint without ever speaking to the complainant. Conversely, the Contractor State License Board came out to my house after my initial complaint and spent an hour with me interviewing me. This shows how little the medical board cares about their complaints. And to Felix's point, the Contractor State License Board also lists on their website a timeline of everything that happens along the line with a complaint, while the medical board does not. I'm excited about the quarterly interested parties meetings. Are you going to talk to advocates about setting it up, or just plan it and expect us all to attend? Marion and I have shared with you all several times that CDPH has a program called Healthcare Acquired Infections Advisory Committee that pays for advocates to fly to their meetings. I realize that to institute something like that, it would have to go before the legislature, but is anything like that being discussed since we've brought it up several times? We're okay now that we're online, but if we go to 4 regular board meetings and 4 advocate meetings, it's going to be quite costly. Clearing out old complaints scares me. Do you have a surplus because you're just closing old complaints to clear them out like the board did in 1990? 10,000 complaints is over 1,000 less than last year, I believe. So that's quite a fall. I don't want to find down the line that consumer complaints have been trashed just so you can save costs. To Richard's point on the budget, think about this. These budgets only cover the status quo, basically to be able to discipline 4% of the cases that come in. Imagine if you were forced to actually investigate and push through even 50% of the complaints that come in, which would be more than 5,000 complaints. There's no way you'd have enough money to process them. The board is set up to only process 4% of the complaints, and you can't even afford that. So why aren't you asking the legislature for a way to actually be able to afford protecting the public properly? As to expert reviewers, there's a need to be for an appeal process for consumers when egregious cases are closed nonsensically. And lastly, while I understand TJ's request and think that will be a great report, as an advocate, I want to see a report on how and why complaints are closed. That is where your transparency is sorely lacking. The public is never allowed to know why a complaint is closed, if the experts made the decisions were qualified or whether they had conflicts of interest, not unlike the case that came up recently that had to be shut down at the recommendation of the AG's office.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marion Hollingsworth. I would like to thank Mr. Prasifka regarding his goal of having a quarterly advocate forum. I hope this will help improve communications between the board and advocates. Also, I would like to suggest an advisory committee like the health department has. Eric Andrus just commented on this. I am on the Healthcare Acquired Infection Advisory Committee to the CDPH. This is a group of public and professional advocates who hold quarterly meetings to make suggestions on infection control and communications to the CDPH. A similar committee could be formed for the medical board, especially with issues dealing with disciplinary guidelines, how to effectively submit complaints, and also on doctor transparency, like issues with the telehealth that I commented on earlier. I look forward to these quarterly advocate meetings with the medical board. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any additional requests in queue.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you to all the public commenters. I think we will move on now to the next item, which is item number 7, an update on the sunset review process. And Mr. Prasifka, you're up again.
Yeah, on Monday, January 4th, we submitted the board sunset report to the legislature. The following week, The report was posted to the board's website and distributed to interested parties as well. The report was a very substantial piece of work, and I obviously would like to thank the staff and President and Vice President for their contributions to it. We are next awaiting the legislature to inform us of when a hearing may be scheduled. Traditionally, this would be between late February and early March, but because of ongoing COVID issues, I think the timing may have some delay there. But that's our best intelligence to date. Obviously, we will stay in touch and certainly inform the board and the president and vice president as soon as we get further word on that. Prior to that hearing, we expect to receive a draft background paper, which will be prepared by the staff of the legislative committees. And once finalized, this will be used to brief the legislatures prior to the sunset hearing. That paper typically identifies topics of interest to the legislature for consideration. Aaron Bone has been leading the liaison with the staff, maintains in close contacts with them. We've actually had meetings with the staff to date. The staff is very well informed of the work of the medical board, and that's always very positive. So we've had multiple discussions with committee staff and will continue to do so through the process. Following the hearing, committee staff may follow up with additional questions or request further information. And then later in the year, there will be a bill introduced that we hope will extend our sunset date and include other statutory changes that support our consumer protection mission. As was already stated, yesterday, 3 of our board members were in front of the Senate Rules Committee. And at times it seemed as if the hearing was as much about sunset as it was a review of the members themselves. So it gave us certain insight into what issues are most in minds of the senators. And so that gives us some intelligence as to what we can be prepared to do. Obviously, the sunset hearing will be a very important opportunity for us to tell our story. What obviously is at the forefront of our requirements is to put the medical board on sound financial footing. We are not on sound financial footing currently. Everyone is familiar with our consultants report indicating a significant structural deficit into the foreseeable future. We're doing everything we can to live within our means, but that is effectively the sword of Damocles that hangs above all of us. So we need to be as transparent to explain exactly what we are doing, what needs to be done. And the board is doing everything we can to be prepared for that hearing and to follow up as much as possible. Be happy to answer any questions you may have on the sunset process.
Thanks, Mr. Prasifka. Do we have any questions from the board members or comments?
Well, this is TJ. So from your, what did you deduce yesterday from that meeting as a central theme around sunset review that that you've identified the legislature is concerned with?
Well, I think it was some pretty obvious concerns that they had here. One was the relationship that we have with the people making the complaints and to better inform them. And also, secondly, there was some concern about our disciplinary rate and how that compares with other bodies. From my own experience, medical boards all over the world have similar disciplinary rates, but it requires a lot of explanation. And then there was a concern about getting the balance correct between what is obviously needed physician expertise, but also public protection, and whether there may need to be some kind of structural changes that need to take place. In my experience, and this was repeated by some of our panel members, it is not correct to simply assume that doctors somehow are always going to be easier on other doctors when it comes to disciplinary matters. But again, these things need to be explained. The most important thing is for the board members, when they come on the board, they will come with a diversity of backgrounds. Some comes from the private sector, some of the public sector, some the lay sector, some are doctors, some practice in very different situations. It is important both that they bring their expertise to the board, but they are imbued with the public ethos that a board member must have. They are here to protect the public. They're not here to serve the interests of whatever constituency they come from. So I think it's pretty clear what the concerns are of the senators in this case, and so we have ample opportunity to be prepared to try to address those concerns.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call for public comment again. Sean.
Yes, the Q&A window is open. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. First up here, we have Eric Andrus. Let me open your line. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
First, Bill, we watch and listen to how doctors protect doctors. Don't underestimate us. Remember, we heard Dr. Lewis say that they can't hang everybody. I was sorry to see in reading your Sunset Review report that you're still proffering misinformation to the legislature. The cover itself doesn't even reflect your mission statement to protect consumers. It had a picture of doctors on it, which is typical of the board's emphasis on its doctor members over consumer protection. Do you really think that the best way of going about making change and making the medical board better is to be less than truthful to the legislature? For example, on page 3, you say the board views the Sunset Review process as an opportunity to collaborate with the legislature, governor's administration, blah, blah, blah. Who are the other interested parties? We're interested. We offered to help you with the Sunset Review report, and nobody collaborated with us. On page 12, you're asked to give an explanation of the history of the board, and yet it's a very skewed depiction. Why do you only talk about the so-called good thing that the board does, but never any of the problems? You don't talk about how the board was caught by the CHP in 1990, throwing complaints in the trash. There's never any mention about the plethora of lawsuits that are regularly filed against the board, including the recent sexual misconduct lawsuit by one of your own employees, and how Dev Gananadev assaulted a patient advocate at one of the recent meetings. Where in the report does it mention how much money is being spent to defend the board against all these lawsuits? I don't see it anywhere. Don't you think the legislature should know about that? On page 13, when you're supposed to describe the makeup of the board, you don't talk about just how long it's been that there haven't been a full complement of board members and just how long there's been a too large majority of doctors compared to the public members serving. Also in the chart on page 14, you've cleverly changed the expiration dates of the 3 open positions to reflect a much later date than the current ones available on your website, which shows how long the positions have been overdue to be filled. Again, this is another way you're not being totally honest with the legislature about the problems the board faces. Pages 16 and 17 talk about the meetings, but there's no mention of how difficult and expensive it is for the public to attend. And I could go on and will in my report to the legislature at the Sunset Review, unless you correct all of this and start being honest with them.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Katrina Reyes. Katrina, are you there?
I'm here, thank you. Good afternoon, board members and board staff. As the board goes through the Sunset Review process, we appreciate the opportunity to make recommendations for improvements, particularly with the postgraduate training license. As we have raised previously, our physician residents and residency programs have had significant challenges delivering healthcare when physician residents have a PTO. Physician residents have been unable to bill Medi-Cal when moonlighting, obtain SAMHSA Drug Enforcement Agency X waivers, and sign disability forms. The board staff has been very helpful in trying to resolve these issues, particularly in conversations with DHCS. We have found that the licensing changes impact federal and state requirements, and thus trying to come up with a piecemeal solution has proven to be unsuccessful. As such, we urge the board to take the opportunity with the Sunset Review process to work with the legislature and with stakeholders to evaluate the problem with the PTL, is intended to address against the unintended consequences that have resulted. The PTL has created further barriers to the expansion of primary care in California and decreased access to quality primary care, particularly for disadvantaged communities, including those in Medi-Cal and during the COVID-19 pandemic. We do want to thank the board staff and Aaron Bone for their continued collaboration and consideration, and we look forward to continuing to work together to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Natalie Diaz. Natalie, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Natalie Diaz. I'm with the California Primary Care Association. CPCA appreciates the opportunity to continue the discussion with the medical board about the unintended consequences created by the changes to physician licensing in the last year. Our teaching health centers continue to mention challenges that they're encountering with the PTL as it relates to moonlighting and other issues. We are hearing that physician residents are getting restless as they're not able to practice and bill for services while moonlighting. And this is also beginning to affect resident recruitment. We appreciate the collaborative conversations that we've had with the board staff and their efforts to engage in discussion with other state partners like DHCS. Unfortunately, the proposed policy changes that we presented to all of you in the last meeting do not meet federal Medicaid regulations. Therefore, it's ineffective in solving the identified problems. This means that we're back to square one and need a solution that will truly address the barriers to expand healthcare during this pandemic and beyond. As mentioned by our partners at the California Academy of Family Physicians, we encourage the board to work through the sunset review process and work with the legislature and stakeholders to create a solution that will move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I do not see any additional requests in queue.
All right, thank you, Sean. Seeing no further public comment, we will now move on to agenda item 8, which is update on the state's response to COVID-19. Mr. Prasifka, this is you again.
The board has continued to play a significant role in the state's response to the global pandemic. We've been particularly active in issuing messages and in social media in terms of the fight against COVID-19. Since the last board meeting in November of 2020, in terms of the board itself, 9 staff reported tested positive for COVID-19. The board takes the safety of its employees seriously and meets all the guidelines, the governor's resilience roadmap, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, California Department of Public Health, Director of Consumer Affairs, COVID-19 prevention plan to prevent the spread of COVID-19 within the workplace. We report all positive results, and we can say that they were all isolated events, and we're unaware of any secondary transmission within the workplace. Simply put, our staff live in the community, and it's a reflection of the greater spread of COVID throughout the community. In early December, Governor Newsom ordered state offices, including those of the medical board, to close to the public and to slow the spread. And as part of a statewide stay-at-home order, the board closed its offices on the 4th of December. After receiving the approval from DCAA, the board reopened the office to the public early this week. At this time, I would like to summarize the extensive amounts of communication that the board has issued at the direction largely of the governor and the state of California. In collaboration with DCA and the CDPH, the board issued guidance to assist physicians regarding the administration of COVID-19 vaccine. The guidance urged physicians to follow the CDC and CDPH vaccine prioritization guidelines and inform physicians that the board will prioritize complaints against licensees who engage in the diversion of COVID-19 vaccine or vaccine supplies for financial gain. The messaging also clarified that the board will continue to observe its investigative priorities that's set out in BPC Code 2220.05. The board amplified a message on behalf of the governor's office informing licensees of an executive order that extends liability protection to specified licensees participating in the state's vaccination program. The board issued messages on behalf of the counties of Los Angeles, Yolo, and San Mateo, providing important information about vaccinations to physicians. Finally, the board sent several messages to licensees regarding the extension of the various temporary waivers that have already been reported here. The board will continue to send messages as needed in response to the global pandemic and looks forward to the day when we can emerge from this. In terms of complaints that we have received, as of the end of January, we had received 891 complaints about COVID in total. More recently, we have received 3 complaints in relation to the vaccine rollout. 2 of the complaints relate to one incident. So effectively, we have 2 complaints, or we have complaints about 2 separate incidents. Obviously, these complaints, particularly the ones in relation to the incidents of the vaccine rollout, are currently within the investigative process and will be investigated thoroughly if the facts merit it. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prasifka. Do any members of the board have questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'd like to go to public comment, please.
Okay, we've activated that Q&A window again. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate so. Give it a few more seconds here just to make sure someone's not typing out something. But this time, Ms. Lawson, I don't see any requests.
Thank you, Sean. It looks like we don't have any public comment. And so before we move on to agenda item 9, I'm just wondering if it would suit the board if we took a 5-minute break. People could get up and get a glass of water. If not, we can press on. Nod your head if we need a quick 5-minute break. All right, the board's going to break for 5 minutes. And Sean, is there a way for you to set that so people know we'll be back at, let's say, 7 minutes? Let's say be back at 4:10, please.
Great, I'll put a message up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Lawson, I've got 410, whenever you're ready to proceed. Ms. Lawson, you're on mute, I think.
Sorry about that, the double mute. We will just wait till we have a critical mass that I can see with their cameras back on.
Christina, Randy Hawkins, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Yeah, I got kicked out. Raggedy internet connection, I guess. And so, did we finish up with the update on COVID-19?
We did. So we're just going to move. We're right between 8 and 9, items 8 and item 9. So we're going to start off with item 9.
Okay.
All right. It looks like we might be missing Ms. Lubiano still. I think we will go ahead and get started on agenda item 9, which is discussion and possible action on amendments to existing law under Business and Professions Code to foster efficiency with licensure application and renewal processes. Mr. Varghese, I think you're handling this.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to start off with an update on ongoing process improvements and cost reduction activities that the staff are already put into practice. So basically, back in November of 2020, the entire board staff identified various cost reduction process improvement activities. And based on all the ideas that were submitted, we categorized them to 3 different categories. Category 1, that are achievable within 12 months. Category 2, achievable within 2 years. Category 3, that could take anywhere from 2 years or more, or that will require some type of laws and regulation changes to go forward with. So here are some of the items listed in your packet that are category 1 items that were completed within since November. And I'm not going to go over all of that, but some of the important ones are like the first 2 bullets there. We stopped burning 100% of the time, burning DVDs, and then ship them overnight mailing over to the Attorney General's office with case information on it. We stopped doing that altogether and built in a process where AG's office can access those case information online. And then electronic transmission of AG's letters rather than overnight mailing. That was the practice before. And then some of the other major ones are like consolidating printers, scanners, related service contracts in all units, and also eliminating printed and mailed versions of the winter issue of board's newsletter, and also evaluate software licenses and only renew licenses for active users. Now, there are also some other projects that are pending completion or are currently work in progress. And Bill kind of alluded to that earlier in his reports under the ISB report. We are working on an electronic wallet card project that will replace expensive procurement, printing, mailing costs related to plastic wallet cards. And also another project will be a pilot project to see how digital signature technology can be implemented on certain board forms. Now, this agenda item mainly deals with operational efficiencies or achieving operational efficiencies of this agency. And when we're looking at achieving operational efficiencies, we have to look at some indicators. And we more than often look at lagging indicators that are based on existing processes or laws and rules or policies or infrastructure that are in place. We also should be looking at some leading indicators that are going to tell us where we want to go with. And so the board had back when it put into place the strategic plan for 2018-2021, identified 2 goals in that strategic plan. And goal 1.1 says, examine the ability to automate the licensing process to eliminate the potential for loss of documentation and to streamline the licensing process. Goal number 1.3 says, increase online license renewal to improve efficiency and resources. Well, when we look at what the current process in place, we see that approximately 180 days prior to the expiration date of a license, we email the licensee with the email address on file and notify them that they can start renewing the license. Approximately 120 days prior to expiration date, licensees who have not completed the renewal will be mailed a paper renewal notice, and this is required by BPC section 163.5. Also, as a requirement of BPC 2424, the board shall notify in writing, either by certified mail, return receipt requested, or by electronic mail, if requested by the licensee, any physician and surgeon who does not renew his or her license within 60 days from its date of expiration. So the end result is the vast majority, actually about 80% or so of the PNS will renew online their license, and those who renew by paper, however, faces additional delays as staff wait for documentation to come in or checks to be logged into the system. So there's a delay there, and also some staff input that are required. And also, well, just simply because you renewed online doesn't mean that your license will be renewed automatically. If the renewal comes in and there are answers to no to their CME or financial interest questions or whatever, then those licensees are mailed a hold release form, and staff will have to wait for that form to come in before that renewal can be completed in the system. So what are we hoping for here? We are hoping to eliminate or modifying and some of these indicated requirements that paper mailing be sent at specified times would help the board achieve the strategic goal noted above. So staff hope that the board will one day have an entirely online licensure process with paper-based initial licensure and renewal application documents being sent to applicants and licensees only upon request. So the staff recommend to the board, and it's our prayer that you direct the staff to work with the legislature and stakeholders to explore statutory changes that would reduce the use of paper in the initial license and renewal process and report back at a future time. I'm willing to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just a comment, and if it is time, I can make the motion to approve the staff's request. It's a great idea. I think we need to get off from paper, make it faster, and this board member is totally with you. Thank you.
I second that.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second on the table. Are there any further comments or questions from board members before I open it up for public comment?
I would just say it's a great idea, and whatever we can do to streamline things would be great. So that's great work.
Thanks, Dr. Thorpe. All right, I think Sean, if you could open it up for public comments.
Okay, the Q&A window is open if anybody would like to make a public comment. Just a second here. First up, we have Eric Andrus. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Just real quick, I'll bet Carrie's not as happy about all these electronic documents, because now it's going to be easier for the board to provide Public Record Act requests and fulfill them, because the documents will already be created in an electronic format, and she won't be able to charge a fortune to people asking people to get these Public Record Act requests like she always does. The board has been trying to charge hundreds and hundreds of dollars to fulfill Public Record Act requests, which go against the whole point of the Public Records Act law, which is to be transparent with the public. Carrie continually tries to charge people for these documents and to redact them and to search for them, which is against the law. But none of you, remember, Carrie said none of you are really supposed to know about any of that, and it's none of your business. Well, it should be your business, and you should care about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in queue.
Thanks, Sean. So I think we do need a roll call vote here, I believe, on the motion and the second that's on the table.
Yes.
Could you
Is
read
there any
the
further
motion?
comment?
Could you read the motion, please?
I believe Dr. Gananadev's motion was to support the request for the legislature to, support the review and collaboration with the legislature to foster efficiency with licensure application and renewal processes. Carrie, do I have that just about right?
Can you hear me? Yes, it's to authorize staff to work with the legislature to make these changes necessary to the statutes to allow the electronic processes and eliminate the need for paper unless specifically requested.
Thank you. All right, so if we could move to a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Campaverde?
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tirado?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Our next agenda item is agenda item 10, an update from the Attorney General's office, and it looks like Ms. Castro has joined us on the WebEx. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I sure can. Thank you.
Fantastic. First off, we'd like to congratulate you, Christina, on your appointment to lead the medical board as president. And we'd also like to congratulate all of the newly appointed officers and panel presidents. We look forward to contributing to your success. Today, we have 4 items prepared to update the board on. First off, the Attorney General's annual report on accusations prosecuted for Department of Consumer Affairs client agencies is published. The report for fiscal year 1920 is available on the Attorney General's website, www.oag.ca.gov, under Publications on the Resources tab. In fiscal year 1920, we received 550 accusation matters for legal review, 412 matters were filed by the board, and we adjudicated 337 matters that were received in prior fiscal years. Second, on January 15, 2021, we had an extremely successful published outcome in defending the medical board in a third-party subpoena action that also involved 2 other DCA clients in the 4th District Court of Appeal. I'd like to personally commend the fantastic work of Deputy Attorney Generals Rosemary Luzon and Tessa Hunis, and Supervising Deputies Attorney General Matthew Davis and Alexander Alvarez, all of the San Diego office. They were tireless and strategic in achieving this important outcome that will limit non-party discovery against state entities. The court granted the petitions for writ of mandate filed by the medical board and directed the Orange County Superior Court to vacate its previous orders that had compelled the production of 30 years worth of coroner's reports and over 100 internal investigation files. The third-party subpoena was served by defendants, and it stemmed from a 2014 lawsuit that was filed by several counties against opioid manufacturers in the name of the people. The defendants had been charged with false advertising, unfair competition, and public nuisance. So once again, we're very proud of this result, and it will have an impact on non-party subpoenas served on state agencies. Third, the Office of Administrative Hearings will be holding virtual hearings on your matters through August of 2021. Our legal staff continues to be creative and to adjust to the new working environment, which apparently is here to stay. And we have appreciated the Office of Administrative Hearings' flexibility to work with us and our witnesses in presenting your hearings using case lines and MS Teams and maintaining the quality that you have come to expect in our prosecutions. Finally, for our staffing update, we say thank you to San Diego Senior Legal Analyst Julie Velarde, who retired last December 2020 after 38 years of service to the state. She will be missed. And we also welcome 2 new members to our legal staff. DAG Marianne Ponza joins our Fresno office with a very robust prosecutorial experience as an assistant United States attorney in Fresno and a decade of experience as a career staff attorney for the United States District Court in Fresno. In addition, senior legal analyst Carolyn Yon joins the Sacramento office with a very well-rounded and rich educational work experience, most recently serving as an associate, an AGPA for another state agency where she exercised complex analytical skills. And that completes my prepared remarks. I understand you have comments or questions to me on board material 6A12, the budget, and 6B10, average days to file accusations. So I could either just make remarks or just receive questions. What is your wish, Ms. Lawson?
Ms. Castro, it'd be great if you heard those previous comments, if you want to address those right up front, and then we can go to other board member questions and comments.
My pleasure. So board 6B-10, average days to file. Administrative charges prepared by the Office of the Attorney General. This includes processing time of the medical board, and it goes through the time it is filed and measures when it's received. There was a significant change in how this was tracked from the 2020 report. So if the newer board members wanted to see the differences, they can do that. At the same time, this report has never really listed the amount of work that is coming in. So for example, in year 1920, 550 cases were referred to our office, and these cases were accusations. Obviously, this is not the only work that we do. This is just one metric of about 60% of our work. About 30% of our work is civil related. That includes writs, subpoena enforcements, appeals, and lawsuits, just like the third-party action that I just described the victory in. The metrics here on 6B-10, like I said, don't show the number of cases that were sent for processing, and does not also reflect the pending matters or the outcomes in our matters. So I think to compare it to 6A-12, which is a reflection of our budget, which again, to clarify, there is no raise to the salaries, but there was a raise to the hourly legal fees after 10 years of not having raised the fees. Our budget was reduced by the elimination of the vertical enforcement program, and that too is not listed in board 6B-10. The vertical enforcement program was eliminated on January 1st, 2019. So if one were to look right smack in the middle where it's 18-19, it got eliminated between Q2 and Q3. So there was a change not only in how the cases were received, but there was a communication on possible impacts to move from a vertical enforcement model to handoff cases. And I would guess, or actually it's not a guess, I know that the increase in pleading time is a reflection of the elimination of that program, which came with a lot of knowledge and discussion with our office. So this was a change that was undertaken knowledgeably and informed by the medical board. The Attorney General, Javier Becerra, wrote several letters explaining what would happen to the pleading of the cases. And what this shows is basically handoff cases coming in earnest in fiscal year 1920 and 2021. We're no longer receiving cases that were initially vertically enforced. And right, so we have recreated some efficiencies that the Deputy Chief did discuss. So we're using cloud services and more email. So there should be less of the time that normally would have been tracked here by snail mail. And those are basically my comments that I wanted to highlight. The vertical enforcement program was eliminated. The budget was reduced by the amount of savings. But at the same time, there's a lot of work that comes in from year to year. In fiscal year 1920 and present, not only are we receiving referrals from the medical board, We're also rejecting a lot more cases. So in fiscal year 17-18, we rejected 7 cases, and in the last fiscal year, we rejected 77. And we're also working cases where further investigation was requested, so cases are re-referred. In fiscal year 17-18, we received re-referred cases in the number of 61 cases, and in 19-20 fiscal year, we received 216 cases that we had previously reviewed and sent back. So I hope that that adds some texture. And again, you know, accusations are really our bread and butter of what we do here in protecting the public, but the budget actually reflects everything else that we do for you as your lawyers and attorneys here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Castro. Are there comments and questions from the board?
Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Castro. I appreciate your clarification. I still am puzzled about well, you can understand my concern. When you look at the amount of money that has been spent on tab 6A, page 10, page 11, board report 6A, page 11. They're listed for attorney services, and it's broken down appropriately. I'm sure, but it, you got the total for our July through December expenditures was $9,021,451, et cetera. But that's over half of our budget. So in the first half of the year, we're approximately $2 million over budget and of what we're going to need to pay you. So from our perspective, it's hard to understand how are we going to finish this year without a significant deficit in what we budgeted. We budgeted 16 million for the year, and it looks like we're going to spend closer to 18 million. Well, I'm sorry, 16,875,000. So it's a little, 16.75 million. And I mean, I just don't quite understand how. I mean, unfortunately, fortunately, we get to depend on you, and we're very grateful for the work that you did in defending us. But you can understand my concern. And then,
most certainly.
At the same time, when we look at the days, when we look at that other graph you were just talking about the sorry, I'm getting there. Average days to file, back in for quite a long time. In fact, going back as far as we can look, back in 2016, it's never been above 80 days. And it was for quite a while, closer to 65 to 70 days from 17-18 to the end of 2019, or at the end of the fiscal year 18-19 anyway. And then 19-20, it jumped to 82 something, and now it's up to closer to 110. And maybe I don't quite understand the difference between the vertical enforcement. I've not been on the board long enough, so maybe I should understand that better. But that's my concern, is it seems like we're paying quite a bit of money, and it looks like, and from your perspective, it looks like the average days to file is actually increased by about 30%.
Right. So we sent a prognostication of the fact that the budget could be exceeded by the end of this fiscal year at the conclusion of 2020 to Jenna and to Mr. Prasifka, Ms. Jones and Mr. Prasifka. And so it's up to you if you wanted to pursue a budget augment request from the legislature. There is a deadline to do that, and we're happy to provide you with any supporting documentation. I too hope that we do not exceed the budget that you set for yourself for legal services from this office. At the same time, the elimination of the vertical enforcement program has yielded the outcome that we informed the board could occur. And honestly, the numbers that we have right now are not as bad as I thought they were going to be. So these numbers, even though they appear high, that it takes 110 calendar days to present something to you for filing by you, this is all within the context of not being involved in the case. So a vertical enforcement model involves the Deputy Attorney General together with the investigator in investigating the cases collectively. We did on the order of about 1,800 investigations and worked about 1,800 more in any typical year. So we were involved in about 3,000 of your cases. This was a program that was about a $2 million program, and you reduced your budget by that amount and then adjusted it for the new legal fees, obviously. So if you compare and contrast, it looks like we got a jump, but it's actually a reduction in hours if you go toe to toe. And this was a foreseeable consequence. So there were, like I said, Doctor, basically a lot of communications, and in all honesty, I recognize that you're a newer board member, but with here we are in a handoff model and not vertical enforcement. And this was something that your prior board members decided to do. And it's certainly not as bad as I thought it was going to be. And in some of that communication to the medical board, we told you what the handoff metrics were on filing cases, and sometimes it could take a year to file a case. And so 110 days is not a year. So I'm actually happy to see it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. And so,
Ms. Lawson, may I ask a question?
Yes, please, Dr. Krause.
Ms. Castro, thank you as usual and always. You know, it occurs to me when I sit on a panel and I ask for a case to be sent back and to change a stipulation, that sometimes if we look at the end product of what we're doing, we may not necessarily be spending your time and spending our money in the most productive manner. So do you think it might be helpful for us to do a quality assurance program, so to speak, to put our heads together and for you to educate us in terms of what we spend in terms of your time and our dollars doing things which may not be as productive as they should be, short of necessarily going back to vertical enforcement? Can you teach us how to be better users of your service?
Our office, including our budget department, myself and my chief, are happy to meet in any place to discuss these important issues. The idea that you had right now is a good example of, are you adding value to the case or not? Also lost, I think, in a lot of the shuffle is, what do we get for you? What are the outcomes, right? So let us not forget that sometimes things do take long because they're fought very strenuously by a licensee who does not want to have the impact on their license. So things sometimes take longer as well, not only on our end to plead them, but to finish them and to get them in front of you where we have like a stip in hand. There is a cost to send it back to the office. And if a stip is rejected, let's say you add a term, you want to send them to PACE, or you want to add a couple of years, or you're not happy with the negotiation that we do run by your board staff, we're going to go back to hearing. And that definitely adds a lot of cost. Does it increase the outcome or not from what was initially proposed to what is ultimately ordered by OAH? I don't know. Those are the types of questions that I'm not at luxury to ponder or build my time to do, but certainly I'd be happy to explore that with the board, because ultimately we're all in this together and we're all trying to do the best job with the resources that you allocate to us. And
as we're often reminded, our duty is to protect the public. and we're criticized that out of 10,000 complaints, we discipline 400 doctors. So we really need to look at what the cost is of protecting the public and ways of spending our money to get the best possible result in terms of public protection. In which case, spending a lot of money on one or two difficult cases may not be as effective as spending an equal amount of money on 20 cases that aren't as difficult. Not that I'm looking to give anybody a get-out-of-jail-free card, but I think we have to recognize that there are always limitations on time and money. And perhaps if we put our heads together, we can figure out better systems so that we're getting a better result in terms of public protection.
And I anticipate that with the move to virtual hearings, perhaps there will be some quality added to our hearings with less cost to the board. So for instance, if you're shipping an expert from out of the city to testify in your matter, you're no longer paying for their hotel. And doctors are testifying and perhaps, going back to seeing a patient right after they're done giving their testimony. So there's some costs that are opportunity costs for the doctor's ability to want to help you testify in the matter. So, essentially, I hear you, Dr. Krause, and we are very serious about the work that we do for you. And we have been in contact with Jenna Jones and trying to be more informative on where we're spending the money and how much your cases are costing. So we hope that at least with that, that'll be a starter of identifying cases that are maybe not yielding what you want. And like you said, all time being considered, if you could spend more time on the serious case and eliminate the other one that should settle or go by a different route, obviously that's our talent. That's, just collectively the folks that are here really understand what we do and they don't leave. So we're very lucky to not have a transient workforce. We're experts at your work. So that's great.
Thank you.
Gloria, this is TJ Watkins. And, I want to kind of follow up on what Dr. Krause has said, but with a totally different perspective. Because I want you to help me understand a few things that absolutely does not make sense to me. The high cost and all of it, that's front and forward. But we are public protection agency, right? And say essentially that's our job. And I think you are the support, that's also your mission as AG's office. So my first question pertains to something that gets overlooked in this whole process. From a public protection point of view and the grief that we suffer at the hands of the patient advocates and everybody else, these are my concerns. I asked you last year at this meeting in a panel discussion, I said, hey, but I was new. So I just said, hey, why aren't we always employing the guidelines, the disciplinary guidelines? Because I see there's some deviation on that. And you told me, well, that I was not accurate. So as a good student, I go back to work and I put this on my to-do list for the next year. It's the next year. So I have got some information that I want to just run by you. Because what I found during this time, that almost in most of the circumstances when I review, this is from all the VAG memos that I reviewed this year, almost all of them, not all of them, didn't follow the guidelines unless it was a very serious matter. So that kind of reduces what we do, and it creates a different kind of challenge. It gives the doctors a challenge that we are open to such negotiations, and sometimes that is required, and other times I think that you have to hold on to that. The problem for me is also that disciplinary guidelines are getting reduced at like a 40% the reduction. For me, that is, if we are cutting the public's protection roll down by 40% on most of the cases, we take it from 5 years, is the probationary requirement and the disciplinary guide, to 3 years, and we do that pretty consistently. Then that is not protecting the public adequately from my point of view. My second issue was, and I brought this up in the middle of last year as well, that relates to these memos that we get. I am sometimes troubled by the tone of these memos. And I'll tell you why I'm troubled. Because they have a tone of a bias, or not to allow us to make a neutral decision. And that could be, you will explain that away in terms of legal language. But I'm going to give you examples of it. Some of the mitigation reasoning to justify the significant deviation from those disciplinary guidelines are sometimes so weak. A first time before the board, and that automatically, regardless of how egregious the offense is, requires a 40% reduction. But that was not disturbing to me, as what I found as I started tracking all these cases. What was disturbing to me was this, that in some cases, but not all, significant facts are hidden in those memos, and sometimes simply not disclosed. Now, I'm saying big stuff here, and I wouldn't say this if I didn't have actual cases that I've seen this. And an example of this was when it's an extreme departure, then it is stated in these memos as a departure. So we just think, it's simple departure, 3 years or a reprimand, that's good, let's go through with it. In the case with alcohol use disorders, it is stated, oh yeah, the respondent suffers from an alcohol use disorder, but let's offer them 3 years or whatever. But it doesn't state the degree of the alcohol use disorder. A person with a mild alcohol disorder is very different risk factor than a person with a severe alcohol disorder. The last one was also a very pointed misdirection. In these memos, I sometimes read the alcohol use disorder is in remission, but it doesn't specify whether that is in an early stage of remission or at a sustained state of remission. And those are two totally different risk levels. Now, when I'm looking at those cases, these are the things that I want to see, but I don't see it. And sometimes the tone of it is just, we want to get this done. And I'm just being really frank with you. The point that I'm driving to here, this is the point of all of this, is that we trust your office implicitly to give us the kind of advice. And what I'm hearing is, when I'm hearing the costs and I'm hearing the patient advocates and the people that are shortchanged in these hearings and don't feel represented, I feel like now we have almost buyer's remorse when we buy these legal services. But I'm a positive, forward-looking attitude kind of guy. So I'm looking for, how can we create a partnership where that we address some of these issues so that we can get a better qualitative outcome, as Dr. Kraus mentioned, in these cases. Because if we get the qualitative and the public protection part of it, then we are serving the role of it. Because right now, we're just getting quantities done. We're closing these cases, but when you look closer, some of these cases are disturbing. And I'm going to say that it is disturbing. And I would love your input on this.
So without understanding the context of what you saw or what you read or what you had in front of you. The first thing would be, if you're judging the guidelines that should be applicable to a case by the accusation that was filed, I can assure you if we defaulted that person and there was no opposing counsel and no very strong defense and no expert testifying against our expert, then you'd probably get the full guidelines. But what we're actually discussing is a recommendation to you by your lawyers. So obviously we are going to be advising you as best as we can of the positives and the negatives of all these cases. And
Yeah.
what you may...
I understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
I understand that. I've read more memos and that it has to do with legal stuff than I can explain to you in really higher stakes than this, right? Even if you can even say that. The problem here is when I get that memo, it is balanced and it allows me to make a decision from the facts. When it is biased, you are directing me in a particular way. If you omit certain words and you do so that it can compel me in a certain direction, maybe that's a tactic, but that's not an advisory role. I have a problem with that. And what I'm looking at is all the cases for the last year that there's DAG memos in it. All of it that I've reviewed. And that gives me a sense of what is going on. And it may not be the complete picture, but I would invite you to show me how we are, from all the data, that we don't deviate from the guidelines 80% of the time. Because, and there's good reason for that, but that has become a practice. And because that is a practice, this whole setup, the whole institutional integrity of the board is actually in question. And that is what we're trying to maintain. That's the very thing that are being questioned right now at the legislative level. You one part of it. We are the board, we do actually make the decision. On our panels, we are another part of it. And I want to address this in the complete way that I can problem solve with the help of you and all the board staff that I can find. This is not about, so what I'm trying
Mr. Watkins and Ms. Castro, if I could just make a suggestion, because I think this is a broader conversation that is worth us getting some data that is board-wide and also understanding, at least from my perspective, to understand how we would facilitate this conversation, because I know when we do have our disciplinary panels, there have been times I've provided feedback on, particular memos or things where I felt information was lacking, but I'm not sure what the right forum is for us to have this conversation with the Attorney General's office so that we can dive into the details of it and provide them the feedback I think they might need to improve their processes. So I'd like to make a recommendation that we work with our staff, that perhaps Dr. Krause and I and Mr. Watkins, perhaps you work with our staff to come up with a game plan for how we can address your concerns, which I think are legitimate, Mr. Watkins. But I'd like to have a process for us to get the data and information I think we need to help us solve the problem.
Good call. Thank you.
Christine, may I make a brief statement? Dr. Hawkins?
Yes, please, Dr. Hawkins.
Yeah. So my statement, and I appreciate TJ's comments and have had a number of conversations with Ms. Castro. The guidelines are guidelines, and I think the guidelines is an acknowledgement that these cases are not always black and white. There's a lot of grayness there. And my comments about the memos are, I've never read a memo and said, this memo makes me decide this or that. I don't think the memos make me determine my decision. It's information to put in the mix. And that's my comment about it. Thank you.
And so if I may,
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't see who was asking the question.
No, it's Gloria. Sorry.
Sorry,
So
Gloria, go ahead.
I wanted to appreciate what Ms. Lawson said. Certainly, it's a work effort, and panel members can hold decisions and ask all these questions directly of the DAG if it meets the number of holding on the steps. So routinely, we have these closed sessions in tandem with these public meetings where some of these issues are raised. And most certainly, I appreciate Dr. Hawkins' comment that it is not black and white. And unless the board wanted to pass a law on every single possible thing that a doctor could encounter on a particular day, whether it's alcohol abuse or just with how they deal with patients, that is not the system that we have. What we have is the standard of care and guidelines. And guidelines are not black and white. And at the front page of the guidelines, it actually says that deviation can occur. So those are two things that the board definitely is empowered to look at. And at the same time, given the concerns raised by Mr. Watkins on tone, bias, and this very serious allegation that significant facts are being hidden, I take those comments very seriously. And I assure you that I actually read every single STIP letter that is sent to you. And I will definitely pay attention to anything that I feel goes outside the attorney-client recommendations where we want to be very frank with you. And if it's not taking sides, or at least informing you so you can make an informed decision, we're always available to come in. And it's much easier now too with virtual. We could pop in.
Gloria, it's Dr. Lewis. Hi. I'd like to actually echo and augment what Dr. Hawkins said. Your staff does an excellent job in massaging these cases. They're well experienced. I've not found one that has not gone 100% to trying to get the best outcome for the board and protect the public. And guidelines, if you look at the definition, are not black and white. They don't have to always say the maximum. Your staff helps guide us as to why we may deviate from the guidelines, because this is a good outcome that's protecting the public, and they feel they can defend. So I don't agree that guidelines have to be maximum. They're variations, and I'm fine deviating from the guidelines as long as public is protected and we have the outcome that we can expect. So I applaud your staff for the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
I just want to respond to
Dr. Lewis, and if I may, I'd like to just move on from this issue and set up a time to talk about this and set up a plan so that we can work on it offline, because I don't know that Ms. Castro came prepared to discuss, the percentage, for example, that we deviate from the disciplinary guidelines. I actually think it's an important issue for us to have a conversation about, but I want us to do it when we're all well informed and prepared to have that conversation. Sorry, Mr. Watkins, I cut you off.
Yeah, I just want to comment on Dr. Lewis just said. I am fine with deviating from the guidelines, but not 80–90% of the time. That is a practice. There's a big difference. There's a big difference when you are at 90% and 80%. That's a practice. Now you're not in guideline territory anymore. And how that affects the actual public protection that we talk about is that simultaneously leads to the 40% reduction. That is what I've seen across the board, a 40% reduction. And some of the motivation for it is really weak. The mitigating says, but I will address this offline, because like Ms. Lewis, Lawson said, this is a bigger issue than what we can discuss here. And I'm not sure that we will achieve quite what I would love to achieve, maybe as we unpack this more. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Mr. Watkinson. We will, I have it in my notes to circle back and have a further conversation about this and potentially have a future agenda item that's focused so that we can all come prepared with our, with data and with the right people for that conversation. Are there additional comments or questions for Ms. Castro?
Ms. Lawson, Dr. Ganadev. So,
please.
Ms. Castro, it wasn't the intent of this board to completely eliminate VE. Unfortunately, we couldn't come to an agreement. So I think there is still a place where AG's office can work with our staff in cases where AG's involvement is earlier, simultaneously will help. I think that's the best solution for both. And as you mentioned, unfortunately, the money we saved by VE going away was lost in increase in cost, per hour cost. So I understand that, but I think what we need to look at is there are some cases where earlier involvement with the AG's office will help in resolving it sooner. So I think we should work with our enforcement staff and see what we can come up with.
Thank you, Dr. Gananadev. And I will note that Ms. Jones has about 100 cases that we're assisting with. It's not the, couple of thousand that we helped with. So she is selecting those. Those mainly tend to be sex cases, substance abuse, very serious cases. So she has identified that for early intervention. And we assign our best staff to assist the investigators in building a great case to send over. So thank you, Dr. Gananadev.
Thank you.
Are there additional comments from board members? Questions? All right, seeing none, Sean, I'd like to open it up for public comment now.
Okay, the Q&A window is open for anyone who would like to make a public comment. First up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Oh my gosh, TJ, you are a godsend to the advocates who have been trying to hold the board accountable for decades. I wish it was copacetic to speak to you outside of the meetings, but I know that's probably not. So it's just too bad that they've now shut you down, and you better be careful or you'll end up like Judge Feinstein off the board. She mysteriously disappeared after she started being critical of the board. And we have a copy of her resignation letter proving it. I'd like to read from page 2 of the State of California Medical Board of California Manual of Model Disciplinary Orders and Disciplinary Guidelines. Business and Professions Code Section 2229 mandates protection of the public shall be the highest priority of the medical board and for the administrative law judges of the medical quality hearing panel. Section 2229 further specifies that to the extent not inconsistent with public protection, disciplinary actions shall be calculated to aid in the rehabilitation of licensees. To implement the mandates of Section 2229, the board has adopted the Manual of Model Disciplinary Orders and Disciplinary Guidelines, 12th edition. Consistent with the mandates of Section 2229, these guidelines set forth the discipline the board finds appropriate and necessary for the identified violations. In addition to protecting the public and, where not inconsistent, rehabilitating the licensee, the board finds that imposition of the discipline set forth in the guidelines will promote uniformity, certainty, and fairness. I repeat, fairness and deterrence, and in turn, further public protection. This is from the first page of the medical board's guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Hannah Ree. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I as well, Dr. Reed from Black Patients Matter, I as well would like to commend Mr. Walker's comments. They're spot on. And so certainly he must be careful because he may find himself off the board. So as far as biases and stepping outside the guidelines, you need to look no further than my own case, Hannah Ree. So in my case, I was revoked. I was not charged with any patient death. It was my first accusation, no substance use, no criminal cases, no deaths attributed to myself. And so when you look at my case, you will see that the wording was very biased and that in fact, it ended not so well, but I believe in justice eventually. And so what we're seeing actually is the AG's office is just corrupt. It is very corrupt. It is being misused in order to target underrepresented minority physicians. It is being misused to go after physicians that are competitors of white privilege. So the president of the medical board, Ms. Lawrence, unfortunately has no desire whatsoever to work anywhere near any groups, any type of work dealing with equality, equity, and so he has shut down Mr. Watson because of her white privilege. No other reason than to keep him quiet when discussing about any type of bias. And so this goes counter to what I believe the state of California represents. And so it's time that the medical board meet the standards of the rest of the state in leading the charge for equality, equity in healthcare, rather than bespeaking white privilege, shutting down minority representatives on the board. It's just typical what we see. So I commend you, Mr. Walker. I would just caution you to be very careful because you're up against white power. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Marion Hollingsworth. Mr. Watkins just voiced what we advocates have long known about the board not following disciplinary guidelines. For example, this year, a Fresno doctor got a simple reprimand for sexual misconduct with 2 colleagues. The minimum under the guidelines is 7 years. 2 California obstetricians just got reprimands this past year for 2 baby deaths in childbirth. One was back in 2013, the other in 2015. The minimum discipline for gross negligence under the guidelines is 5 years probation. And then you have Dr. Arjang Naeem, who just got 4 years probation for Kira Johnson, literally bleeding to death after a C-section. In his accusation, 2 other women coded in his OR from blood loss, but were brought back. The minimum for 1 case of gross negligence is 5 years probation. This is why consumers are so upset with the board. Consumers are not being protected. How many women have to die in childbirth before you think a doctor is dangerous? Ask Bakersfield women about Dr. Arthur Park and how many deaths he has been found responsible for. He still has his license. The doctor who got a reprimand for sexual misconduct is back at work like nothing happened. This is not acceptable. I urge the board to address this issue and do your job to protect Californians. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in queue.
Is there any further follow-up? Any other additional comments or questions for Ms. Castro? And just for clarification, I think that what I asked was that staff set up a time for us to meet separately and frame the issues that we would like to see addressed. And Mr. Watkins will certainly be coordinating with you on your concerns so that we make sure that we get the data and the information that we need to have a substantive conversation at the board sometime soon. So thank you. I think we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 11, update from the Health Quality Investigation Unit. Has Ms. Nicholls joined us? Yes, welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Kathleen. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Deputy Chief Kathleen Nicholls, and I'll be giving an update on the division's Health Quality Investigation Unit. Chief David Chris retired on December 30th after a long career in law enforcement. I spoke with him recently, and he wanted to pass on how much he enjoyed working with you all over the years and had a great appreciation for the important work the medical board does to protect consumers. We congratulate him and wish him well in his retirement. With this retirement, the Department of Consumer Affairs is recruiting to fill the chief of the Division of Investigation. The deadline for applications is February 10th. HQIU currently has 5 investigator vacancies, which is a 6% vacancy rate. There are 8 candidates currently in background. End of the year always brings on retirements, and HQIU has had several last month. I'd also like to share some personnel updates. Jeremy Paris has been promoted to the Rancho Cucamonga Field Office Supervisor. Jeremy was hired as a medical board investigator 9 years ago and has a wealth of experience with medical board investigations. At the last meeting, we discussed our new Expert Procurement Unit, EPU, which was implemented in October of 2020. As a quick refresher, in the past, HQIU sworn investigators handled the expert process for the cases referred. After analyzing the expert process and how it was handled at other DCA boards and bureaus, it was discovered that HQIU is the only DCA sworn entity that is handling the expert process for investigations. Given the goal of reducing investigation timelines and workloads for sworn investigators, we have developed a new unit using existing HQIU positions for analysts to locate, screen, prepare expert packages, and receive written opinions from experts. As of last week, EPU has accepted 105 investigations to send to experts. 48 of those were in January, and has processed for completion 32 investigations to medical board and other allied health clients. We are now starting to see the benefits of this new unit. For example, the Sacramento field office, which had the highest number of EPU referrals, has finally reached the threshold of each investigator having just under 30 cases apiece. Caseloads have not been under 30 in that office since 2016. The optimal caseload per investigator is 15 to 20 complex cases apiece, so this continued progress will reduce our overall timelines and help reduce the pending workload for investigators. In addition to reducing the workload for investigators, the EPU unit is also a quality review point. I am personally reviewing every case that gets submitted for expert, along with the EPU manager, to ensure we have completed a thorough investigation and have the necessary evidence to proceed. We are very excited about our new unit and all the positive benefits it's bringing to HQIU and its clients. As you know, the medical board is starting its review of the 2019 prescription deaths as part of the prescription review program. We anticipate receiving those new investigation referrals in a few months. In order to prepare for this additional workload, we have looked at potential efficiencies to working these investigations. Currently, there is a requirement that the field medical consultant drafts a good cause statement prior to issuing a subpoena for medical records. When the case comes to the field, this process adds time to the investigation. Since these cases are already being reviewed by same specialty experts prior to being referred to HQIU, we have worked with medical board and the AG's office to come up with a new process. So the CCU consultants who review those cases will document their concerns in a format that we can use for the good cause determination. This efficiency will save valuable time and reduce the days to complete these investigations. Our investigators continue to be successful at working remotely during the COVID-19 pandemic. Interviews have transitioned to phone and video conference. HQIU was in a good position prior to the pandemic, utilizing a cloud-based sharing system to return completed investigations. But we have since expanded its use, and we are now receiving all new investigations from clients electronically as well. Along with the positives, we have also experienced some delays due to the pandemic, which I'd like to share as well. The availability of some witnesses and specialty experts, such as emergency medicine, critical care, and pulmonary specialists, is extremely limited due to their focus being on patient care during this critical time. But we are working through those difficulties and keeping our cases moving. In addition, we have had several investigators take personal leave during this time. In one office, 2 investigators went out on family medical leave due to challenges from the pandemic. 70 investigations had to be reassigned and managed during their absence. I would like to acknowledge the dedication and determination of all of HQIU staff for persevering in these challenging times and moving towards solutions to reduce our closed case average of investigations. We have also received post-approval for our impairment investigation training, and investigators will receive this 4-hour training in March of 2021. Additionally, we are continuing to meet monthly with board staff to discuss cases and continue our efforts at improving timelines and further streamlining our combined processes. Before I concluded my update, I wanted to address one of the questions earlier about why sometimes cases are 2 years old or what types of cases could be 2 years old. And in explanation, there's a wide gamut of reasons why a case could become 2 years old. Sometimes a lot of those cases involve subpoena enforcement actions where we've had difficulty obtaining the records, where patients object on their own, or sometimes the doctors contact them and have the patients object after the fact, which makes it very difficult to obtain the records. And these cases turn out to be very lengthy. Sometimes they're cases that we're tracking for convictions, and we may reopen a case that's been closed once there's a conviction, where we're going to offer the doctor an opportunity to be interviewed before we transmit that conviction to the Attorney General's office. Sometimes we have difficulty obtaining records or locating witnesses, or deal with uncooperative subjects who delay and obstruct us as we're trying to schedule their interviews in a timely manner. Sometimes these cases they're complex, they involve multiple patients and not just one set of records. That could be multiple patients, multiple sets of records, multiple pharmacies, multiple prescriptions that we need to obtain the originals. And that's just, kind of a snapshot of some of the reasons. Other reasons why cases can get to that level, and I know in HQIU we are working on our case aging right now vigorously, is that for some of the new board members, we had a period a few years ago where we had a vacancy crisis. We had 31 investigator vacancies, which was 40% of our staff. So if you can imagine what that looks like, to have 40% of your staff not there, but yet you're receiving the same amount of work, if not more, because in that particular year, during the height of the crisis, that's when the board started their proactive death certificate project, which gave us 250 complex death investigations from the years of 2012 and 2013. And the reason why that is significant to understand is because all those cases had a statute issue. Because of the 7-year statute of limitations, we had to essentially, unless it was urgent, we had to put all these other cases aside so that we could focus on these 250 complex cases and try and beat the buzzer, so to speak, before the statute. So we're now in a position where we've managed our vacancies, we've hired staff, we've onboarded them, we've trained them, but what we're dealing with now is this overwhelming pending workload that is currently assigned. Every case is assigned. But we're working on efficiencies. And I think EPU was just the tip of the iceberg. It was a huge undertaking. It's turned out to be a great success, but there's more opportunities for us to streamline the processes. One of the things I discussed in the update was on the new prescription death cases, we're going to be able to utilize the CCU statement to be our good cause for the subpoena. I'd like to expand that to all the cases. And it's quite possible that analysts in CCU could be drafting subpoenas to obtain the records so that when cases are sent to HQIU, all the records are there. I also think that would help the board in deciding when you're triaging cases and deciding whether to close them or send them to us. Having all the records up front would aid you in that determination. So I think there's a lot of places where we could go to keep making improvements, but I assure you we are working on our case aging and continue to find solutions to get ourselves out of the problems of the past. What's in the past, we can't change it, but I think it's important to acknowledge it when we're looking at the figures. So that would conclude my update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholls. Are there any questions or comments from the members?
I've got a comment. I just want to say, this is TJ Watkins, Ms. Nicholls. I just want to say thank you for, that was for the strong presentation. And I am keen to see you apply for the leadership role. I think that you really know everything that has happened in that space, and that's just a comment. Just thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Dr. Hawkins, I just want to ditto what TJ just said. Yes, this last section was very, very helpful in having us better understand and be reminded what some of the issues are and approaches to how to perhaps resolve some of those that we can.
Additional comments or questions?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. But remember that when we are in front of the Senate Rules Committee, they're literally crucifying us about the timelines. So the important thing is, I know all the reasons, I've been there, but we need to come up with a solution where we cut down those timelines. And we do have solid staff. I think I want you to work with them, and we got something in the sunset process where we can work, staff and us can work together closely. But the goal is to really cut down the timelines. Thank you.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think we need to keep coming up with solutions. And I think there's a lot more out there. There's a lot we haven't explored yet with respect to the records. It's a huge issue. It's also an issue how the board handles anonymous complaints. You know, we take anonymous complaints and we send them all for investigation. And sometimes they're competitors complaining on each other. There's a lot of boards, I've done the research, they don't even allow people to complain anonymously. And it takes up a huge amount of investigative resources. And certainly if it's an impairment issue or something that involves public safety, I think you would want to look into that, whether it was anonymous or not. But at times we've had over 300 cases that involve anonymous complaints. And so that's another area I think that's worth exploring. I also think that we need some support from the board when it comes to legislative efforts of how could we get these records faster? You know, how can we mandate that when we talk to a physician and say, we'd like to interview you about our case, within so many days, they should have to appear before us. And I know there was some effort with the 2234H, but honestly, we haven't had that many of those successful cases. And there's confusing about what's good cause to delay the interview and what isn't. And it would be better if there was more clear of a standard of, you know, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, if your licensing board wants to talk to you, you need to make that appointment. The same goes with respect to drug testing. We have a lot of impairment cases that take a long time because if we ask the doctor to provide a sample, they say no. And if you're a physician and you know you're on drugs, if you're asked to take a test and you know that it's voluntary, most will decline. Where as a peace officer, if I'm suspected that I'm under the influence, I have to provide my employer a sample. So do bus drivers, so do warehouse workers. There's a whole gamut of people that have to submit to these tests, but yet physicians who hold patients' lives at stake, they get to choose to say, no, I'm not going to give that drug test. And I think that's something that I know the CMA is a powerful lobby, but I think the board needs to move forward with some of these legislative efforts that would help speed up some of these cases.
Interestingly, we agree with you. It's actually our sunset report has many of the ones you mentioned for the legislature to do in the next for the next board reinstatement. So I'm hoping that will succeed. That even includes cost recovery. When there is a cost recovery, somebody won't drag on. Otherwise, it will drags on. It drags on. So I think we are going the right direction.
Yes.
Additional comments?
Yeah,
Questions?
this is Dr. Mahmood. I just want to comment that every single issue she mentioned about, I don't think so any board members or anybody is not aware of that. We know all these hassles, we know all these things, but what responsibility will come to us is what are we doing for that? So we need to take an action, we need to move forward. We cannot just stay on these are the issues. We know all those issues and we have to work on them one by one, quickly and briskly, so that our status is all validated all over, not just with ourselves. So I think we need to make a list and we need to aggressively work on that. All those issues are, everybody will cooperate with us to work if we do aggressive work on this thing. And we have to, we don't have any choice. If we are going to be the public protection and consumer protection agency, we have to do that.
Yes.
Additional comment?
I have a quick question.
Please.
Hi, this is Lori. Thanks, Ms. Nicholls, for your report. I did want to follow up on one thing you mentioned, and that is the amount of time and the resources that go to these anonymous complaints. I personally was not aware of that volume, and so I was wondering if you had some high-level thoughts on what we could do to address that, since it takes so much resources and time.
My suggestion would be to come up with some sort of a matrix where we prioritize those anonymous complaints. So example, if it's anonymous, but someone's complaining that a doctor's impaired, that's still something we would want to be looking into. But if it doesn't involve patient harm, perhaps those cases are put aside. And then if it's a year where our timelines are great and everything's under a year, then maybe we pick up those cases. But if we're buried in work, it doesn't seem like that's a good use of our resources when there's actually patients behind some of these complaints that want their investigations done more timely. So I think maybe just triaging these anonymous ones, and if they don't involve patient harm and the person wasn't willing to put their name on the complaint or give any specific information, perhaps those need to be set aside.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Additional comments? Not seeing any. So Sean, could you open it up for public comment again, please? Thanks.
Yes, we've got the Q&A window. For anyone who'd like to make a public comment, please indicate so. I'm calling you in the order that they're received. First up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
I just want to say real quick, I think Kathleen Nicholls is probably the most informative and easy to understand participant at any medical board meeting since I've been monitoring them. I would vote for her to be promoted to any position because I think she deserves it beyond anyone else that I've ever met at the medical board. And just on a personal note, of the staffers at the medical board, she is the nicest person. She is the only person who has ever, whenever she sees me, comes up and says hello and asks me how I am and talks to me. None of the other medical board staffers do that. Kathleen Nicholls does. So thank you, Kathleen, and thank you for doing a good job for consumers.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Hannah Ree. Hannah, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Hello. So I've never met Miss Kathleen personally, but I wish someone would come up to me and say hello. So I'm Hannah Ree, Dr. Ree of Black Patients Matter. The only time anyone's ever come up to me was Dr. Gananadev told me to shut up. So of course, we have a pending federal civil rights lawsuit that's still in the courts. So Ms. Nicholls, it sounds like what I'm hearing is a lot of whining. So with Ms. Nicholls complaining about the workload getting worse, foresee it getting worse, and also Ms. Castro complaining, whining about not enough money, too much work. Look, they're adding to the argument that it is time, the time is ripe for alternative solutions, to sit down with the physician and the patient and resolve issues and reestablish the bond between physician and patient. So they're making the argument that this whole nonsense of going after physicians for little things like poor handwriting, revoking their license because they stand up for their rights is ridiculous. And so there are a lot of cases that can be resolved alternatively, and Nicholls and Kathleen are making the argument for you that the alternative solutions are ripe. And then also, I am so elated, and I take credit for Mr. Chris finally retiring, because now it's time to have someone with experience in diversity and someone who has experience, someone who's honest about their work, instead of using the HQIU as a means by which to target physicians of color, which we know occurs because we see the data. So now is the time for change. And as far as why cases are 2 years old, why it takes 2 years for it to be moved forward. The main reason why is this, is because they cannot find a physician that wants to provide that wants to provide the medical expert that the state wants. The problem is it takes that long to find a medical expert that's going to speak in the way that the DA's office would like them to. So they have to be looking for them. And so here is your bias. Here it's right here in front of you. The time is ripe for change. Change is occurring everywhere except the medical board. Now's the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Again, my name is Marion Hollingsworth, and I'd like to thank Kathleen Nicholls for her hard work and transparency when it comes to getting through all these cases that you are having to work on. I had a question regarding doctors not showing up for interviews. Didn't SB 425 solve that issue of doctors having to have a good excuse for not making an interview, or was your issue that you were talking about more regarding doctors and providing records? Just to get that clarified. But again, thank you, and I do hope that you can move up and be in charge of this department, because you do a fantastic job. So did 425 solve that problem, or do we need to have another law for specifically for the records?
No, because I think the issue of that is that they can still come up with what they think is a good cause reason to delay the interview, and that is not defined in the law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I do not see any other requests in queue.
All right, if there are no further comments or questions from the board, Ms. Nicholls, thank you for your presentation. We really appreciate it. And we are going to move on to our next agenda item, which is 12, update from the Department of Consumer Affairs. And do we have Ms. Holmes with us this evening? Welcome.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Carrie. It looks like you're connected with two different devices. And maybe we're getting really bad feedback on whichever one you're on right now.
Okay, let me see if I can close out the other one. 1 second. Is that better?
No, it's...
Okay, let me see.
It looks like the other device is her phone. Yeah, there we go.
I'm hoping maybe she can use that one for the audio.
All right, is that any better?
It's not.
No.
I only have one device on right now.
Showing.
It looks like you have a phone and.
Sean, can I just ask, can we move on because we're running significantly behind schedule? So I'd like to take item 13 and we'll circle back to item 12.
Carrie, could you maybe, instead of using your computer audio, dial in through a phone using the call-in option, and we'll come back around to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think we'll move on to agenda item 13. Is Mr. Bone on the line? I can't see. Oh, there he is. We're ready to go.
Yes, thank you, Madam President and members. The first item in your packet today on item 13 is the tracker list, which indicates the bills that are up for discussion today. The legislature just began a new session a couple of months ago, and bill introductions will continue through this month. Following that will be a period of committee meetings as the legislature evaluates various bills that are introduced. I do expect more bills on our agenda at the next meeting. Moving on to the first item is Senate Bill 48. That bill will require all general internists and family physicians to complete at least 4 hours of continuing medical education, or CME, during each 2-year renewal cycle. The bill is sponsored by the Alzheimer's Association. Current board regulations require physicians to complete at least 50 hours of CME every 2 years. The first page of the analysis describes the current statute that requires general internists and family physicians for whom more than 25% of their practice includes patients 65 years or older to complete 20% of their CME in the fields of geriatric medicine or the care of older patients. The author and sponsor believe these current requirements are insufficient to prepare primary care physicians for the current and future expected needs for those at risk for dementia. Further, they point to findings and recommendations in the California Master Plan for Aging, released last month, and reports posted by the sponsor as indicated in the analysis. Generally, the board does not support legislation that mandates CME on certain topics, and in 2014 adopted a policy that physicians should decide the CME most appropriate for their practice. Based upon the board's previous history on these types of bills, the analysis provides an impose unless amended recommendation and does include a couple of possible options for the board to consider that would change the current requirements relative to those general internists and family physicians who have that substantial amount of patients age 65 or older. The first potential option would serve to encourage that cohort of physicians to take CME in this area by adding the special needs of patients with dementia care to the topics that would satisfy their 20% CME requirement. The other option indicated would keep the 4-hour requirement proposed in the bill, but limit it to that same cohort of physicians who, again, see a high proportion of those older patients. Of course, Madam President, if the board believes the current law is sufficient in this area, then an opposed position may be appropriate. I'll turn it back to you for discussion.
Ms. Lawson, may I speak?
Please.
You know, I hate to say it, but I really don't think that the legislature is the appropriate place to mandate physician education. And I hate to harp on it, but the classical case in point is what happened when the legislature mandated 12 hours of continuing medical education credit in the treatment of pain. And what happened is that the big pharmaceutical companies subsidized the, quote, experts to provide CME hours. And I went through those 12 hours of training. And I was told that not only is it unethical and immoral to not adequately treat pain with a high level of narcotic medication, but I was also told that if I failed to take away all the pain, that I would create a circumstance where the patient would then have lifelong neuropathic pain because the contention was that the pain would lead to permanent changes in the nervous system that would cause the pain to continue indefinitely even after the source of pain was resolved. Well, time goes by, and we know that these well-paid experts were not giving us science fact, but they were giving us excuses to prescribe more narcotics. And here we are today suffering the opioid crisis. You know, perhaps I'm a little bit too cynical, but if tomorrow there is a mandated 4-hour requirement for CME training in dementia and Alzheimer's, I would hazard to guess that those pharmaceutical companies that are engaged in the peddling of drugs for dementia and Alzheimer's would similarly recruit experts to go around the nation and provide courses that would also tell us how important it is to prescribe medications to treat dementia and Alzheimer's. So number one, I think there's a lot of potential harm in legislating CME. Number two, I reflect that in 2020, physicians learned a heck of a lot about COVID and diagnosing COVID and treating COVID. And I don't know how that was possible, given that our legislature didn't require that we take CME courses in COVID. I think that the medical specialties and physicians in general can be depended upon to use their required CME hours in a fashion to best educate themselves and best protect their patients without having the legislature decide how many hours of CME we need in the flavor of the month. That is my opinion. Thank you.
No comments or questions?
Ms. Lawson, I completely agree with Dr. Krause. It's a dangerous path you take when you want to do CME mandate. We heard enough times about what happens with the pain as the sixth vital sign, and if you don't take care of pain with appropriate drugs, and the pharmaceutical industry sold it to us that they're not addictive. There are a lot of work being going on in Alzheimer's. There are a lot of drugs on the pipeline. So these players always get on. And where do you stop? Internist, family medicine, geriatrician. It really makes very little sense to mandate any CME. So I would recommend opposed to.
Madam Chair, I would just echo those sentiments. As a general internist and with several partners who are family docs, we do take care of an elderly population, and we do address these things in a consistent fashion. But it's not because the legislature tells us to do it; it's because we feel the need to provide this care for our patients. And I know Dr. Krause's sense of humor, and I appreciate it, about how is it possible that we could have figured out how to treat COVID in this without somebody telling us what to do. So anyway, I would speak. I don't know if parliamentary procedure would allow it, but I probably should have said I would make a motion to oppose this. I frankly would just oppose it straight on. I would make a motion to oppose this piece of legislation.
All right, thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
I had a few comments to make. Laura here.
Please.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments, and they're well taken. I just wanted to add that I understand the idea behind it. It makes sense, to certain doctors who are treating those kinds of patients. I can see how that can add value to require that training. Now, to the point about the legislature coming in to demand change, I respect that as a process, because sometimes if things aren't happening, and maybe happening not as fast as they should, then they have the right to do that. So I understand the goodwill behind that. And I don't totally oppose it because I can see the value in doing this. Well, with the amended, perhaps with the amended position where, maybe it is a certain portion or percentage, or with some clear delineation on what kinds of doctors, not necessarily all doctors, but those that primarily or mostly treat this population. Thank you.
Laura, it's Dr. Lewis. Most of these patients, from my recent experience, taking care of a friend, are at board and care, hospice, skilled nursing facilities, where unfortunately patients with dementia or Alzheimer's have to go into memory units or just board and care. So those doctors that I'm familiar with know the subject, and they do think they would do extra training, but they're well versed. That's where the majority of the patients are, unless they're at home. I agree with my other physician colleagues that I don't think we need to be mandated to take CME. I think these physicians will on their own be more well versed in taking care of their population at those facilities. That's my comment.
Falcon, can I speak?
Please go ahead.
Well, I kind of a little disagree with Dr. Lewis. I think large number of patients, geriatric patients, are out in the community. It's not just in nursing homes and assisted living. There are a huge number of elderly patients who are 65 above in the communities, and those are the people we have to work harder than just people in the nursing home. And I truly believe that there should be an extra training for that. But I agree with the proposition that I don't think so. The forum is appropriate. The legislation should come and mandate this thing. I think this should be from different forum, but definitely people who are practicing and treating elderly patients, 60 or plus, the 65 or plus, they should get extra CME on that. But forum we should have different, and I would not agree to have forum legislation make a mandatory forum because there will be vested interest on that. But there are a large number of patients in the communities, which I myself see every day.
Dr. Hawkins, may I speak?
Please.
Okay. So I understand the slippery slope and the example of the narcotics that occurred over the past decades. I do agree with the importance of continuing medical education. And we have a huge percentage of numbers of folks who have dementia or should be evaluated for dementia as folks are living longer and longer. I, because of what I've just said, would not outright oppose it. I think that there's the need to massage this because I think the value is clear. I would agree with Dr. Mahmood. I have lots of patients in my practice who have dementia, pre-dementia. I'm always evaluating for dementia, and they're in my practice, or they have relatives that have dementia or they're concerned about memory loss. So I would not outright oppose it. I think it does need to be massaged.
But Dr. Hawkins, I guess I've just been educated. I've just had such recent experience with patients in those facilities. But I'll bow to your and Dr. Mahmood's expertise and knowledge about what's going on in their practice. I'm speaking from personal experience. But so to have the legislators dictate our education, and I would totally oppose that. So I support the motion to oppose, and that's why I seconded it. So that's my comment.
I'd love to ask a clarifying question, if I may. It's Alejandra. When I look at the options for amendments, it says allowing physicians to satisfy their hours taking courses in this space. So are physicians not currently able to use those hours towards this space, like to satisfy the requirement by taking courses in dementia at the moment?
Currently, you can use, I mean, you could get training in dementia or geriatric care, and it would go towards your 50 hours.
It does count towards the hours at the present.
Towards your 50 hours, sure.
Okay, because in that case, I mean, I look there that the act would be asking us to also require CME on over about a dozen other spaces. It does seem to open the Pandora's box if folks are able to satisfy requirements using this specialty, then that does allow them the flexibility, in my opinion. And I would recommend opposing it as well.
Just the comment on Christian, I'm sorry. So if anyone who is treating these patients and if they don't even spend 4 hours in learning about these patients, that's just awful. That's why these mandates never work, because I'm a surgeon. I take probably more than half of my 50 hours on surgery because I'm a surgeon. So you're treating geriatric patients. It's your obligation to do, but don't put a legislation that you need this 4 hours. It's just not a good way to take care of what a physician needs to do.
If I may follow up on the question that Ms. Campoverde asked, which is, because I'm not sure I understand option number one, then, is there a special 10-hour requirement that you can only fulfill in certain areas? out of the total requirement. And then this would say you can use these credits to satisfy that special care requirement.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there is a requirement for of at least 10 of your hours have to apply. I think it is. Actually, I don't know. Now I said that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, recommendation 1 or alternative 1, which encourages essentially general internists and family physicians to be educated in this area, seems to me to make a lot of sense just from a policy perspective. I'm just not clear as to what it actually means to allow the affected physicians to satisfy their 10 hours of CME under BPC 2190.3.
So,
because if that's already the case, then that I agree. Then that doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah.
Madam President, this is Aaron. If it'd be appropriate, I'd be happy to kind of hopefully add some clarification.
Please do.
So yeah, so the current law right now, and this is indicated on page 1 of the analysis, the second half, the first bullet there, all general internists and family physicians with a patient population with over 25% are 65 years or older, they shall complete at least 20%, which is equal to 10 hours, of all their CME hours. 20% of those hours must be in the fields of geriatric medicine or in the care of older patients. Now, the proponents argue that that does not necessarily mean dementia care. There are other elements of geriatric medicine or the care of older patients that does not, strictly speaking, include dementia care. And so that's part of their argument. Now, their other part of their argument is that regardless of the patient population that you serve, all general internists and family physicians should get this training, not just those who have a high portion of older patients. Moving to those recommendations, or those options rather, so option 1 there would take more of an encouragement approach, and it would modify that 10-hour requirement and include within that 10-hour requirement, one of the options for CME would be this dementia care CME. So instead of having two topics to choose from, you'd have 3 topics to choose from to complete that 10-hour requirement. I hope I said that clearly.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. And I mean, if there is some ambiguity in whether or not the current law would allow someone to use to take their CME credits in the areas of, in the area of dementia, then we probably should make that, eliminate that ambiguity and make it clear that they can do that. I mean, that doesn't seem to me it's certainly not a mandate, but if there's some clarification that would be helpful, then I would support that.
Yeah, I think that option 1 there would not I don't think it would lead to then an potential increase in the amount of hours. They could, again, fill those 10 hours through CME specific to dementia care, along with geriatric medicine. It would just provide them an option. It wouldn't mandate.
Yeah.
This is Howard. I'd like to make another comment. If at a minimum we would take a lesson from how Purdue Pharmaceuticals helped create the opioid crisis by sponsoring required CME for pain management, I would like this to be amended if there is going to be any required CME courses, that no sponsor, purveyor, or lecturer providing the CME course derive any income or research support from a pharmaceutical company that is producing drugs for these conditions, or from a corporation that is providing Alzheimer's and dementia care. because unless you can assure that the instruction is not going to come from a conflicted source, we're going to see a lot of unnecessary prescribing and a lot of unnecessary services as physicians get brainwashed by the experts sponsored by the pharmaceutical companies and corporate America.
So the motion we have on the table actually is just an opposed position. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion right now, or should I open it up for public comment? All right, seeing none, Sean, let's open it up for public comment.
Okay, the Q&A panel is open. If anyone would like to make a public comment on this ledge item, please indicate so. I'm not seeing any requests. We'll give it a few more seconds here. Okay, I think Ms. Lawson, oh no, here we go. We have Arnoldo Torres. Arnoldo, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I represent the Central Coast Health Network, which is, we're going to be talking on your next item, but I just wanted to give you, I hope it will be a very helpful recommendation. It would be a bad political move to oppose. I understand Dr. Lewis's and Dr. Krause's concerns, but it's just a very bad move to oppose. Your response is more of a reaction than it is a really considerate process to really assess what is the best course of action. This bill is going to be heard for the first time in the Senate. You don't have to take a position at this point. I think it would be a very smart position for you to take no position except to express some of the concerns that you voiced today and allow your legislative representative to raise those concerns and the fact that the board is considering these issues, and they will probably weigh in at another appropriate time. I just think you have to understand that at times the board has a very poor reputation in the legislature, and sometimes your response kind of begs a reaction that's not always as conducive and as positive as you would want it to be. So I think on this one, I certainly understand the concerns that you're always getting bombarded with CMEs. Everything is so important nowadays. There's no doubt about that. But I think you've had some very good points that have been raised. And I think that you could give enough to Mr. Bone that he could raise those concerns and still keep in good graces with everyone, because you are legitimately trying to see what's the best way to apply these. Should it be applied to a certain group of doctors? Should it be applied to a certain mix of patients? And I think it would be too early for you to make a decision, because you're making a decision now based on the pain management, which is a fantastic example that Dr. Krause has made. Is completely, absolutely, 100% correct. But I don't think you need to, you don't need to poke the bear right now. It doesn't help you. I think you come in with a much more thoughtful opinion and perspective and possibly amendments, and you still have enough time to do that.
Thank you for your public comment. This time I don't see any additional requests.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair, I have even the public comment. I was actually thinking about just a discussion. If the motion makers are willing to have an amendment that which is parliamentary procedure, that rather than fully oppose unless amended, with basically adding that as a third one. If there is a 10 hour already, they have to spend 10 hours. Adding the third one as the dementia care to that might just satisfy legislature, the people who are pushing this, and also it's not adding additional mandated CME. I just wanted to see what the board's opinions are.
Madam Chair, this is Dr. Thorpe. I think I made the motion. I would certainly be willing to accept a friendly amendment of, well, it's a totally different motion, but I'd be willing to say oppose unless amended. Or even, I mean, my concern is if we say neutral, which is not taking a position, does that send the message that we are in favor of this action? I mean, that's my concern, is that I'd be willing to be neutral if I didn't think that we were going to be perceived as being leaning in favor of the activity.
And so on that point, Dr. Thorpe, I mean, my understanding is, right, we've had a policy in place since 2014 as a board, if I'm not mistaken, that, you know, opposes CME, opposes, you know, the medical board, opposes the legislature, you know, directing the categories in which CME should be required. And so I don't think, I'm not sure, and Aaron, perhaps you can educate us as to what they would think if we did take a neutral position with that policy on the books, or whether we really should take an opposed unless amended position, just to make our point clear.
Great question, Madam President. So I guess a couple thoughts. One, you know, the board certainly, as the previous the public speaker noted, the board does not have to take a position at this time. Secondly, the board, and this is described on pages 3 and 4 of the analysis, the board has certainly taken, I'd say, some nuanced positions and approaches to these types of issues in the past, and has been neutral on some occasions, and has, I'd say, probably looked for maybe creative ways to address the concerns that are raised by the legislature and find ways, you know, to make things work. So it was kind of in that spirit that I wanted to put forth those options for, you know, for the board to consider. If the board, for example, felt that they could not come to consensus on a particular position, but had a shared sense of concerns that I think we've heard some of the members say, we could certainly put that into a letter. We could indicate that we've had a discussion, that the board is still studying this, has concerns that have been, you know, noted, and, you know, we'll be discussing it again at our next agenda item, at our next board meeting.
I like that, Aaron. I like what you just said, to compose a letter to the author and the legislator that we're still massaging and thinking about it.
This is Howard. The disadvantage of taking a flat-out opposed position is it removes you from an opportunity to help alter the bill.
Yeah.
And opposed unless amended, you know, invites you into the room where you can discuss what needs to be done to make it more acceptable. But one of the things we suffer with as a board is we don't really take positions as the bill evolves. We take positions at the quarterly meeting. So for purposes of today, an opposed unless amended would be helpful, but then we would need to provide some guidance in the crafting of a letter and some guidance to Aaron in terms of those things that we are really concerned about.
Just to add, Madam President, I think the you know, in a lot of ways the position in this case, you know, whether it's, you know, neutral or opposed unless amended, a lot of that is dictated by the tone that the board wishes to set in its approach and what tone it wishes to convey, you know, to the legislature. And so if the board is really, you know, as I said, you know, continuing to wrestle with, and it does not seem like a consensus has emerged, you know, at this time, then, you know, a letter expressing our concerns or comments or things that we wish the legislature to consider, that I think that would get the job done. And then I would take that and I would take that position forth and engage in further conversations with the author, with the sponsor, with the appropriate committees. And then I'd report back to you at the May board meeting before the legislature has concluded its work for the year. And then, you know, perhaps other amendments that, you know, there's going to be other groups involved. You know, it's not just our board that will be speaking into, you know, this issue. I understand, you know, the profession has their own thoughts on, you know, on this. We may hear from them. I don't know if, well, no, we've gone through all the public comment, but, you know, I understand that, you know, there's going to be other folks that are going to be engaged in the process. So we're still at the beginning of the year.
I'd like to make a recommendation to the board that Dr. Kraus and I, that Aaron prepare this letter and that Dr. Kraus and I be delegated the authority to work with him on that letter and make sure that the comments in that letter are reflective of this conversation and have us not take a position at this time.
I'd be in favor of that.
I'd second that.
Christina, I'd like to volunteer to be involved in that as well. Randy.
Sounds good.
So I think we'll ask, we can ask Dr. Thorpe or whoever made the motion to withdraw, oppose, because it's the board has to accept it. Once it is made, it's the board's response, the board's motion. So
I think I can propose a substitute motion, or you can withdraw your motion, Dr. Thorpe.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you. And does the seconder agree? I think that was you, Dr. Lewis.
Yes, I'll agree and defer to you, Ms. Lawson.
All right, so I'm just going to make a motion that we take no position at this time and that we direct staff to prepare a letter to whoever staff thinks the letter should go to, and that Dr. Kraus, Dr. Hawkins, and I will review that letter and provide comments and feedback before it goes out.
I second that.
Thanks, Dr. Lewis. All right, is there any other discussion? All right, hearing none, can we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Campoverde?
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yes.
Dr. Tirado?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
President. I'll continue on to the next bill, if you don't mind, if that's okay, rather.
I think that's, yeah.
Thank you. The second and final bill is Senate Bill 57, which authorizes certain local governments to establish temporarily overdose prevention programs within their respective jurisdiction. These programs would provide a hygienic location where individuals may consume controlled substances under the supervision of staff who will intervene if the individual overdoses. At these locations, participants will be offered sterile consumption equipment, general medical advice, including referrals for medical care, substance abuse, disorder treatment, housing options, and other social services. The aspect of the bill, however, that I wish to draw the members' attention to is discussed on page 3 of the analysis. The bill's language provides criminal, civil, administrative, and professional disciplinary protection for the employees, volunteers, or others involved in the operation of these facilities. This language would prevent the board from taking enforcement action against its licensees who fail to adhere to the standard of care in these locations. In a recent discussion with the author's office and sponsors, I explained the difficulties that this would pose to the board's mission to protect consumers, as it would be prevented from taking appropriate action against licensees who provide negligent or incompetent care to consumers who happen to participate in these programs. They indicated that their goal is not to shield bad actors, rather to support good actors who may be reluctant to serve in these facilities. Further, they expressed their desire to work with the board to resolve this concern. Staff have recommended an oppose unless amended position contingent upon the bill being amended in such a way that the board maintains its existing authority to take appropriate enforcement action against its licensees. I'll turn it back to you, Madam President, for discussion. And I would like to note that I believe there's several representatives of the sponsors and the author's office who do intend to make comment. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Bone. Are there questions or comments from the board members?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Dr. Gallagher. So, Aaron, this is being done in some parts of Europe, some countries. So do we get some ideas what they have done? We don't need to create everything. I know we got our laws, I know we got our responsibilities, but also remember that this is a compassionate care and maybe even helping some people. So as long as if there is some standard created in other places which people follow, I'm okay with it. So that's why I want to know what's the not the standard of care, what is the care, what are the regulations in the other places?
Sorry, Doctor, it was a little faint, but you were saying, is your question about what are the practices and that are occurring in other parts of the world that you expect to be used in these locations?
Yes, I mean, take for example, Switzerland, I think has this kind of procedure, and I'm sure that's where San Francisco probably got it, but I want to know what are they doing to safeguard the health of these people so that substandard people are not practicing on these people.
Thank you, Doctor, for the clarification. That's an excellent question. I think the author and sponsor's office are listening, and I hope they will be able to address that in their comments when they speak shortly.
Yeah, and of course the parallel question is whether or not California would be leading the nation, or if there are other states that may already be doing things that we can learn from their experience.
Aaron, who are the sponsors of this? I'm missing those whole pages. So who are the sponsors?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. It's on the first page of the analysis. It's the California Association of Alcohol and Drug Program Executives, California Society of Addiction Medicine, the Drug Policy Alliance, National Harm Reduction Coalition, Health Right 360, the San Francisco AIDS Foundation, and the Tarzana Treatment Center. Those are all listed as sponsors of the bill. And then supporters include the mayor of San Francisco, the mayor and city council of Oakland.
And this is Wiener's bill, right?
Yes, Senator Wiener is the author, correct.
73.
Mr. Bone, just a question again. I mean, my understanding is that the concerning part of this legislation is that it would somehow prevent us from taking disciplinary or enforcement action against a physician who deviates from the standard of care in treating these, particularly vulnerable patients. And so I would be opposed to this legislation unless that particular provision is amended. I think the concept of the legislation and I think the other components of it are laudable, and that they're something we should support. But to the extent that they would remove or immunize physicians treating patients in this environment from discipline or enforcement, if God forbid there's patient harm or they deviate from the standard of care, I would want to make sure that we have the regulatory authority to take action.
Agree with you, Madam President. If it were not for that disciplinary language that we're discussing, we would not, we would not have agendized this bill, because this is a public health measure. It's not, otherwise doesn't have any relationship to our licensing and disciplinary functions. Yeah. But yes, that.
So I think if we could, does the board have any further comments on that? The particular issue related to essentially the exemption that the bill currently offers from the board's enforcement authority?
Madam Chair, that's the reason I asked that question. This is not the first time it's being done. There are places, civilized places, which are doing. So just see, that's why I want to hear what they did so that the people, the consumers who are going there are protected from substandard care. So that means there has to be something, otherwise we have to oppose. Yes.
I'm hoping. I was going to say, I'm hopeful once we get to public comment that will become more clear, Doctor.
Yes.
Okay.
There's Lawson.
This is Lori.
All right, Ms. Lubiano and then Dr. Thorpe.
Oh, yes, thank you. I just wanted to note that in the documents, it does say that physicians are unlikely to provide care. So, but I agree with you, Ms. Lawson, saying those are also my concerns.
Dr. Thorpe?
Yeah, my concern is that I don't believe it's going to be very easy to decide what the standard of care is. Because this is not something that's commonly done. There's not a standard of care. And I mean, it won't be developed for a period of time. That's the real question is it possible to determine what the standard of care is? And that's another big concern. Maybe the public comments can address that as well.
Can I speak, Madam President?
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes. So this has been successfully done in Australia and Scandinavia, and they have a very good track record. And San Francisco is the pioneer in the United States, and I think New York is looking into that, and Los Angeles is also looking into that as an individual cities. I'm also in the opinion that this is really a great avenue to do, but limiting board to take any regulatory actions would be a strong hindrance, because when state will make a legislation, this will go common all over, and a lot of abuses and a lot of negligence will happen, and board will be limited. I think board should not commit to that if they are limiting board's authority to take any action.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions before we go to public comment?
This is Alejandra. I was just going to say I'd love to hear from the representatives during public comment about if there's any standard of care models in Australia and so on that perhaps we could examine as well.
Great, thank you. All right, further comments? All right, seeing none, Sean, could you open up the public comment, please?
Yes, we've opened up the Q&A window for anyone who'd like to make a public comment. First up here, Severiano. Sorry about the name there. Severiano Christian, are you there?
Yep. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. This is Sevi Christian. I'm speaking on behalf of the office of Senator Scott Wiener. I don't want to belabor too many of the points with statistics that you all probably know about, but as we all know, California is in the midst of an unprecedented overdose crisis that has only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. A recent study of emergency medical services in the Journal of the American Medical Association found that overdose rates were doubled in May of this year, well, 2020, compared to the year prior. Overdose prevention programs, also sometimes called supervised consumption sites, are a necessary intervention to prevent these overdose deaths. And as has been cited by a few members of the board, these programs exist in almost 10 countries. So they've been rigorously researched, shown to successfully get people into treatment and to reduce health and safety problems. And importantly, there's not been any documented overdose deaths in any of these facilities around the world. So Senate Bill 57 will allow but not mandate the outlined jurisdictions to the discretion to authorize these programs. So one thing I want to point out, I know that there was a few points covered, and I definitely want to let the sponsors speak to those specific points around standards of care and other models. But one important point is that within the legislation, there must be an established relationship within the nearest emergency department of a general acute care hospital. But another point I'd like to highlight too is that each of the jurisdictions outlined in this legislation were incorporated because they feel they have the capacity to safely facilitate the operations of an overdose prevention program because of existing programs within those jurisdictions. So the intention, as Mr. Bone had clarified, of SB 57 is to allow these outlined jurisdictions to save lives, to connect people to care, and to help to stop the spread of disease. Both Senator Wiener and the sponsors of SB 57 understand the concerns of the medical board and are committed to producing legislation that ensures that negligence on behalf of medical providers is not protected. We very much welcome the opportunity to address these concerns before the board takes an official position to oppose the bill unless amended. Should this not be possible today, it is our hope that we can work to identify a solution prior to any position being conveyed in a letter to relevant policy committees. Thanks so much for your time today. I know that I can speak on behalf of Senator Wiener when I say that we're really looking forward to working together to protect consumers and save lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. And next up, we have David Kahn. David, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you to the medical board for taking the time to look at this important issue. So I'm Dr. David Kahn. I'm a psychiatrist board certified in psychiatry as well as addiction medicine, and I'm the immediate past president of the California Society of Addiction Medicine. CSAM for short. We represent over 650 physicians and allied health professionals, and we're the voice for addiction treatment. And we're proud to be co-sponsors of this legislation. One of the things I want to point out to the medical board is people with substance use disorders take time to change, and we need to match the availability of treatment services with demand. And I see my job, the first, last, enduring task of addiction medicine is frankly to keep people alive, especially in the era of fentanyl. We've heard about the overdose crisis, but I wanted to point out one specific area in San Francisco. As of December 2020, 620 people died of drug overdose, whereas 173 people died from COVID. This drug overdose is 350% of the deaths from COVID. And within San Francisco, 40% of the overdose deaths were located in the Tenderloin and South of Market area, inordinately affecting Black, Indigenous people of color. And one thing I will say, and I can speak on behalf of the patients that I treat, patients with addiction, patients who use drugs, are treated poorly by the traditional medical system. I've had the opportunity to visit myself the Insight Clinic in Vancouver. Consumers there, which is an overdose prevention program, are treated with respect and decency. They have approximately 540 visits a day, and every day they're reversing 4 to 8 overdoses. As Sevi mentioned, overdose prevention programs reduce drug use, discarded syringes, crime in the area, infectious disease. And as previously mentioned, there have been millions of uses supervised and not one single overdose death. And in speaking to the standard of care, other countries have put it out. And if I think about the practice, mostly physicians will not be involved. It'll be nurses and other health professionals, EMTs will be supervising these sites. But a physician will be needed as a medical director. And the main areas of practice are overdose prevention, meaning treatment for overdose conditions, including the use of naloxone, as well as oxygen, and trying to get people into treatment. A participant within the program is 30% more likely to access treatment. So in summary, I would say that overdose prevention programs is part of treatment. And most importantly, it's reaching the people whom the traditional medical systems don't treat. It's highly proven, and it does everything we want it to do. So what I would encourage the medical board is to not take a position at this time and work with the co-sponsors to amend the legislation to address the concerns that you've raised. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Laura Thomas. Laura, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Laura Thomas, and I'm the Director of Harm Reduction Policy with the San Francisco AIDS Foundation. We are proud to be one of the co-sponsors of this legislation. And in fact, we are one of the organizations that would very much like to move forward and add this service to our existing continuum of care that we provide in San Francisco, which includes harm reduction services, HIV clinical care, hepatitis C care, substance use disorder treatment, and a variety of community engagement services. We absolutely share with the California Medical Board the goal of ensuring that any program participants receive the highest quality care possible. And we certainly are very willing to work with you in terms of identifying what is the appropriate language to to meet both of our needs. Our goal is not to shield bad actors from any action against them, but to protect any medical professionals, medical doctors in this instance, who are serving as medical directors, for example, of programs like this, from being sanctioned for example, being in the facility while people are using illicit substances. That is the nature of the program. And so we want to assure that people are not being punished by professional boards for being in a location where people are using illicit substances. It is not to prevent low quality or not to protect anyone from providing lower quality care, assaulting participants, anything like that. So we would, as one of the co-sponsors, welcome the opportunity to work with you on this. I know there was a question about there was a correct recognition that there are many other countries that provide these services. Canada is also one, in addition to Switzerland, Australia, many European countries. We would be happy to find the appropriate contacts in Canada, for example, who've worked on these services.
30 seconds remaining.
Folks who work as medical providers in Insight, for example, and help you connect with them around what their standards of care are for these. So we look forward to working with you on this, and do ask that you not take an opposed position until we've had the opportunity to work on some shared language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Glenn Bax, I believe. Glenn, are you there?
Good evening. It's Glenn Backus for Drug Policy Alliance, one of the co-sponsoring groups. I want to have the kid that's waving. This
Sorry
bill,
about that.
I actually love it. So we need this bill to implement the recommendations of the American Medical Association and many others, that we pilot these programs pursuant to local authorization and evaluate them on their effects on mortality, effect on MS use, effects on public drug, effect on public nuisance and crime. Not our intent to protect negligence or bad actors. We can work with your team to address these concerns. We would ask that you please not take an opposed unless amended position today. Your opposition letter may give the false impression that there are significant concerns from the board, larger medical community about the underlying policy. Please work with the author's office and co-sponsors to address the questions identified by your able legal and policy team. Our first hearing is in late March or April. In May, we're likely to be in the first Appropriations Committee. Will be voted on in the first House in late May or early June. Then we go to the Assembly Health Committee. After that, the bill cannot pass the legislature until late August, 7 months from now. There's plenty of time to work with your board in a productive way, and it would be tragic if your letter was misunderstood or misrepresented in a manner to stop this life-saving bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I do not see any additional requests in queue.
So thank you to all the public commenters. I really appreciate those comments, and we'll bring it back to the board for further consideration in light of our previous discussion and those comments.
Ms. Lawson, I would move that we take a neutral position on this piece, or don't take a position either way.
That's much better.
I would say let's go take, no position.
Okay, so the motion is no position at this time, and I guess I would recommend an amendment, which would be to take the various sponsors up on their offer to work with us to make sure we get the language right.
So moved. I second.
And Dr. Thorpe, is that?
I appreciate your help there. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second on that. Is there any further discussion from the board? All right, seeing none, let's move to a roll call vote.
Ms. Campoverdi?
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson,
Yes.
Ms. Lubiana,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Aye.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes.
Dr. Torado,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Aye.
Dr. Yip. Dr. Yip,
It looks like he is no longer on my screen.
Yeah, he looks like he dropped off the call.
thank you.
All right. The motion carries. So we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you, Madam President. 13B is the status of pending regulations. I would just make one verbal update to the chart. This is 13B-1. In the rehabilitation or substantial relationship criteria rulemaking package that was completed and was filed at the Secretary of State's office on the 21st of last month, and which was also the effective date of that regulation. And with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Does the board have any questions on that report?
My only question is about the health and wellness program, the physicians and surgeon health and wellness program. Where does that stand here?
I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Webb for to fill you in.
Members, can you hear me?
Yes.
That we are dealing with updating the financial impact in budgetary requirements. And it's just in that phase. I know that has taken some time but it's a very detailed process. Everything else is ready to go on it to be submitted back to DCA.
Ms. Webb, Dr. Ganadev, so were the uniform standards updated for this program to work?
The uniform standards have not been updated officially by DCA, although there was a change that was accepted, and that is part of why board staff took this regulatory package back, changed the wording. Otherwise, we were going to be in a position to have to change multiple regulations anytime there was a change to the uniform standards. So that piece, that the language is done, the notice and initial statement of reasons is done, except for the financial and budgetary impact that has to be addressed.
Okay. It's taking as long as the Mexico doctor pilot program.
All right. So, are there any other questions or comments from the members on the status of regulatory action? All right. Seeing none, I think we do need to open it up for public comment.
And the question answer box is open. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please indicate yes by typing anything in there, calling in the order it's received. Give a few seconds here and keep monitoring. I don't see anything at this time, Ms. Lawson.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board, and I guess we don't need any motion or action on this item, correct? It was just informational. Correct?
Yes,
so I'm thinking
that's
carried on
correct.
in your head. Yes. All right, so we are going to move back to agenda item 12, which is the update from the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for your understanding and having us move along while you're having technical difficulties. Ms. Holmes.
Good evening, Board President Lawson and board members. Thank you for your patience with my difficult home coworkers. I'm Carrie Holmes, Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to provide a department update to the board. First, I'd like to congratulate you on the recent appointment by Governor Newsom of a new public member to your board, Brian Brooks. While the medical board still has additional vacancies, I assure you that DCA and all appointing authorities share the goal of a fully seated, diverse, and effective board. COVID-19 has affected every aspect of our work. After a temporary closure in December due to state and local stay-at-home orders, DCA offices are again open with preventative measures to safeguard the health and safety of employees and visitors. DCA and its boards and bureaus are maximizing telework to help reduce COVID transmission risk for all employees. Public health measures such as distancing, face covering, and frequent hand washing are required for employees who cannot telework. Thank you to your board staff who have been working so hard to maintain excellent customer service and protect the public through these challenging times. I'm pleased to let you know that Board of Bureau Relations, in partnership with Solid Training at DCA, has developed a brand new board member orientation training. The first BMOT will be held via WebEx on March 11th. We are very excited about the new and improved training. Even if you've attended BMOT in the past, you'll find great value in the training, which has been updated based on board member feedback and requests. As a reminder, newly appointed and reappointed board members are required to take the training within a year of appointment. To register and for more details, please visit the DCA Board Member Resource Center located on DCA's website. In addition, 2021 is a mandatory sexual harassment prevention training year. This means all employees and board members are required to complete the training during the year. Finally, I'd like to remind you that Form 700 filings are due by April 1st, 2021. You as board members are designated appointees and are required to complete a Form 700 even if you have no reportable interest. If you have any questions about how to file, you may reach out to the Department's Conflict of Interest Filing Officer, Jill Johnson, or to Board and Bureau Relations, and I'll help. On February 2nd, Governor Newsom appointed Sarah Murillo as Deputy Director of Administrative Services at DCA. Ms. Murillo has gained a wide range of experience in nearly 20 years of service to Californians in various state departments. Most recently, she was Deputy Director of Administration for the California Complete Count Census 2020, where she played a vital role in the development, implementation, and evaluation of strategic and operational plans. Ms. Murillo comes to DCA with a skill set that makes her well-suited to support all the entities within our department. Her appointment fills the final vacancy in DCA's executive offices, and we're so pleased to welcome her. Finally, I'd like to let you know about two exciting new initiatives launched by DCA Director Kirkmeyer for 2021 to enhance DCA services to all boards and bureaus. The first is an executive officer cabinet. This group of board and bureau executives will maintain regular communication, provide feedback and information to DCA, and assist with special projects that will impact all boards and bureaus. The second is the Enlighten Licensing Project. This work group is being formed to utilize licensing subject matter experts within the entire Department of Consumer Affairs. The group will help individual boards and bureaus streamline and make their licensing processes more effective and efficient by utilizing best practices, information technology, and cost-saving measures. These two new initiatives are just kicking off and will keep you updated on their work and impact. As always, Board and Bureau Relations is here to help. If there's anything we can do to assist, please reach out. This concludes my presentation, and I'll hand it back over to Board President Lawson.
Ms. Holmes, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Right, seeing none, I will ask Sean to please call for public comment.
Okay, the Q&A window is open. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please put a message in there. First up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, are you there?
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to remind the board, and especially the newer board members, that the Department of Consumer Affairs subpoenaed my personal Facebook records and got them, which included private conversations with victims of medical errors and all of their stories and personal stories that they had problems with their doctors. DCA subpoenaed them and just got them. So I want to warn all the advocates out there that DCA can do that anytime they want. If they want to find out something about you, they'll just subpoena them and get them. I think that's really wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, I don't see any other requests in queue.
All right, thanks, Sean. We'll bring it back to the board. And Ms. Holmes, thank you so much for your presentation and for joining us tonight.
Hey, Ms. Holmes? Hello, are you there?
Yep, go for it, Dr. Lewis.
Yes, hi. Just a comment about the training modules. Could you bring back to DCA that those modules should be compatible with both Mac and PC, and see if that can be done, because you have a PC and you're writing the modules. If you have a Mac and you're writing the modules in PC, it makes it a little difficult to access them. Thank you.
I can absolutely look into that for you.
All right, so now we're going to move on to our final agenda item for this evening, which is item 14, an update on the Mexico pilot program. And I know there have been a number of public commenters and interested parties waiting on the line. So thank you all for your patience as we've gone over, as we often do. And I will turn this over now to Executive Officer Prasifka.
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to be brief here. And I just wanted to update the board that there has been significant progress made on implementation of the program since the last board meeting. I don't need to give you the history of the program, which obviously predates me by a significant time period. On November 23rd, at the end of last year, the final externship was put in place, which was again a very important component of the program. On the 25th of January of this year, UC Davis approved the evaluation. Right now, as we are speaking, we are in the very final stages of working out at a very granular level the budget that will be required to fund the program. As I understand, there are no issues there relating to the viability of the funding. So this means that as we speak today, the board very shortly is in the position to begin to issue licenses. There are 25 applications that are at issue. As my most recent update is that there are 12 applications that are completed, and the other 13 we expect to be completed very shortly. So we're in a position to begin to issuing licenses. But as I understand, in order to facilitate the smooth implementation of the program, remember the licenses are good for 3 years. The licensees will need to get visas, etc. There is an issue that maybe in order to facilitate the smooth implementation of the program at the request of the applicants, we can have some delay in issuing the licenses so that they can practice as long as possible. So again, I report to you good news. There's a lot of work that's been done, a lot of involvement with our senior staff on the licensing and the legal side, and we're now in a position where we would hope that very shortly the licenses can be issued and the program can get underway.
Mr. Prasifka, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none, let's move to public comment. I know there are folks that are interested and have been waiting patiently.
Okay, yes, we've opened up the Q&A window for anyone who would like to make a public comment. Please type anything in there. First up here, we have Colin Ross. Colin, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Colin Ross. I'm a physician scientist, IMG, FMG, who is representing a group of IMGs, FMGs that have practiced primary care medicine within the state of California for the past 5 to 20 years. And not only have we been here, but we've actually been contributing to the field of primary care medicine. If any of you heard last year that the drug for multiple sclerosis, Ozemon, was FDA approved, or if you heard about the only cell phone app that studied for 6 years that looked at diabetic patients sticking their fingers 90 times a month with no feedback about the meals that they were eating, and an app was created by IMGs, FMGs. We even invented a program for kids based upon the principle of stoichiometry that helps them to solve word problems. We are bilingual FMGs, IMGs from South America, Central America, Spain, Caribbean islands, who have been practicing and contributing to primary care medicine within the state of California. We are very familiar with admitting patients to hospitals in the US, working up patients who have been released from the hospitals, and also working with board certified specialty care doctors in the US. And because we are already working here in the US, we have a DEA number, an NPI number. We've been subjected to peer review at the local clinics that we work at. In other words, the public safety checks that we have been subject to for the past 5 to 20 years makes it very easy for the board to know our prescription patterns, to see if we have any ethical issues because we're already in the system. And many of us, after jumping one hoop to practice medicine in the United States, have actually gained advanced degrees within the United States of America, from PhDs all the way down to Masters of Science degrees. We have dissertations and have contributed to the medical body of knowledge in the United States of America. I'm speaking on behalf of this group because they're afraid of the California Medical Board pushing ahead with this program, that we understand the Flexner report, while it instituted the traditional practice of medicine that we have now, with this craze of high MCAT scores, USMLE scores, et cetera, you're attracting more competitive students who will see primary care as a stepping stone to specialty care, when we have already for 5 to 20 years shown our compassion of working under a different license, even though we completed our medical degrees, because we care about the field of primary care medicine. So I'm asking the board to amend this program.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Arnoldo Torres. Arnoldo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I would ask the board if they can. It's a late hour, and I've been here with you as long as you've been here as well. I think the last speaker, he was, I guess his time frame came up, and I think that he should be allowed to speak or finish his last comment. Is that okay to do that, Sean and Ms. Lawson?
I'm sorry, each speaker gets 3 minutes and it's time.
Okay.
So you have
Well,
about
can
2 minutes.
Okay, can you give me my 3 minutes then from the beginning then? I'd appreciate that. Okay, I'll start. You all can now hear me, right?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
So let me begin by thanking Ms. Lawson for being very much available. She and I have had many discussions on this situation and this bill. We came before you about 2 or 3 years ago on the curriculum, the orientation curriculum that was written and approved by you all 3 years ago. It's taken us 3 years to get to this place. A tremendous amount of work has been done in the last 60 days, and I want to thank Marina O'Connor and Leila Marashidi, who have, with agency and with the department. But I want to let you know that there was a letter that was to have been sent to you today by Senator Caballero, raising several concerns with board staff in implementing this program. And rather than belabor the point, because you guys have been beat up all day today, at least from everything I was listening to, so I would ask you all to form a working group to really examine how your senior staff worked on this bill and the difficulties that we encountered in actually finally implementing it. This bill is not designed to be an ongoing program. This bill speaks to the reality that your board, you have a doctor from India, you have a doctor from Pakistan, you have Dr. Yip. It doesn't provide me in your biography where your country of origin is. You have a Mr. Watkins who's from South Africa. You have an African-American in Mr. Hawkins. You have a young lady in Alejandra Campoverde who's Latina. You have a Filipina. You have another doctor who went to the University of Puerto Rico. But what you don't have in the state of California is cultural and linguistic competency. We had to go outside into Mexico to bring that competency in. I know the speaker before you has done a lot of good work, but it's not designed to, we're not intending to take anybody out of the game. We've had no other choice. We did this bill in 2000, it was signed in 2002. The UC system did not want to cooperate with us, and we kicked it back up 4 years ago. And we're finally ready to finally begin. And we still have to get the visas, but at least Biden is there as opposed to Trump. So I hope can you still hear me?
Yes, you have 20 seconds for me.
Sean, I would hope, and I wish the board would indulge me a little bit. I do think really, very honestly, without getting into details, because I don't think they're appropriate here and it's a long day, I really would ask you to please form a working group. You'll have a letter from a senator and probably a couple of assemblymen, and we will be presenting at your sunset hearing, in which we will be bringing very legitimate issues. But you have a responsibility to have staff that work with the public in a better.
I'm sorry, the 3 minutes is up, and unfortunately, we have to treat speakers on all topics the same as, in all cases. So I'll turn it back over to Ms. Lawson. That's the last request I saw in the queue.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Torres, thank you for your suggestion about potentially forming a working group. And that's something we certainly will consider. And I'm pleased to hear that the program has made progress since we last met as a board. Are there additional comments, questions from the board members about the program? Mr. Prasifka, if I may just ask one question. In terms of the timeline, I heard you mention in your initial comments that the licenses may actually, that are now ready to be issued, may actually not be on hold for some coordination with visa requirements, et cetera. Is there a timeline that's set or that the group is working towards to have those issued?
Well, yes, I think that what the issue is that what they would like to do is to apply for the visas as a group. So at this point, we have 12 of the applications that are completed. There are still 13 left to go. Those 13 should be completed within 2 weeks. At that point, I believe it's then to the process of obtaining legal advice to complete the visas will be undertaken, which should take around 30 days. And then at that point, sort of the last component to the visa application will be the license. So we're talking about 6 weeks from now, or sort of that order of magnitude. Now, we're happy to facilitate that, but we obviously need a letter from the applicants because the license is it's the applicant's license, and as we understand it, that should not be a problem. We're happy to facilitate the program, and obviously, what we want to do is the license is good for 3 years. That's under the Act, and it's in everyone's interest that they can practice as long as possible under the license.
Thank you for that explanation. I assume that the same coordinating group with agency, DCA, and board staff is going to continue to work on these issues collaboratively as we get closer to issuing those licenses.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you. Are there any additional questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, the board's going to stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll see you in the morning. Have a good evening.
Good night.